Hello, I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. I tested all this out earlier. Let me see. Let me see if I can remove it. Hold on. Alright, and let me see here. Sorry if you got some background noise there. There you go. Good morning. So I haven't been able to really. I was out for a while. Actually, I did my police stream, and then after my police stream, then gas is cheap here. After I did my police officer stream, then I did some testing with this to make sure it'd work out right. And everything worked out good. And then I went to bed. Ooh, it's 45 here. Having the camera on, does that make it choppy? I wish I could go dark mode on StreamYard. Oh, thank you so much, Skittles. I appreciate that. I gotta join your panel sometime, Skittles. Come join a show sometime. Whoa, there's like lawn chairs all over the side of the road. It'll get bright here in a couple hours. I don't know if I'm gonna like stream the whole time or if I'll do it in bits. And I apologize if I miss any of your guys' comments. But we can have open panel. So if any of you guys would like to talk, sorry, I'm still waking up. If any of you guys would like to talk about whatever's going on, I won't be able to see any of the breaking, but if you do, you're more than welcome to hop up and hang out. The link to the panel is pinned at the top. And it doesn't give me, what's up everybody? It doesn't give me like a beep or anything if somebody's joining. So I actually have to like click another part of it. And then I can switch between cameras, but the camera that I have, I guess, it does give me a into some of the city here. I think I gotta slow down. Give me 1 second. So it's 50 through here. I think I'll be coming up to a stoplight here soon. And then I'll be able to add whoever popped up. Don't mind. It's a surprise, say please. It's a long drive, but it's a surprise. And damn, I thought I was coming to a red light. We'll see. I think I can click it. Okay. And let's see. Add to stream. Hello.
Hello, it's Dolphin. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. I have a headache, but I took something for it, and I'm hoping that that'll kick in soon. So,
Oh.
you know me, I'm a night owl, and I was like, oh, I can help him out. I can help you with the chat and whatnot. Let me put this on live.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just sitting here like doing nothing. Oh, my keyboard is super clicky. It's the clickiest one possible because I'm a gamer. So,
Aw.
yeah.
What all do you game? Besides, what is
My
Diablo
main
or
thing
whatever?
is, well, yeah, I started playing it because they came out with Diablo 4, but my main thing is World of Warcraft. I've been playing that since 2007. And Say
Oh,
Please
wow.
knows that because
Yeah.
I added her. I think Say Please is a female on my battle tag.
Yeah.
We haven't played yet together.
Yeah, that's right. She did mention that she plays that.
Yeah. Oh, and Jesse is coming to us from Thailand, and he said the wine is on ice, steaks on dry brine, grilling later. I don't do day drinking. Yeah, he trips me out. I see him on Dago's panel a lot lately, and
Yeah.
yeah, he's sitting there with his glass of wine. I'm like,
Yeah, he
Jesse, if
does
you're gonna
awesome.
be I was going to say if he's going to be on panel more often, he's going to have to throw out some recommendations and whatnot. Because that red that he was drinking a few days ago looked pretty good. So, looked full
Yeah, he does.
bodied.
He's been doing really great on panel. I hope he makes it a thing
Yeah.
because he
Yeah.
does really good on panel.
I think I saw him for the first time, was it last week or whatever? And
Yeah,
then I saw
I
his website. So then I was like, oh, let me look him up. And I was like, oh, he's into like a totally different, business. And I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah, betting.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know, Jesse. Let me know if I'm wrong, but I think I was the first show he hopped up on for a panel, maybe for true crime. I know he joins a lot of other shows for sports and stuff like that, and I definitely gotta have him on for some sports stuff when I get my sports stuff going. Uh, but yeah, he's got a lot of great points and stuff when it comes to true crime. Seems very knowledgeable,
Mm-hmm.
has a great voice and great viewpoints. He does great.
Mm-hmm. I like his suits too.
Yeah, flashy guy.
Yeah, let's see. I'm scrolling back up in chat to see what I missed. Oh, I know somebody guessed that you were going to Moscow.
No, no, that's a lot.
Oh, it's
Gosh, how
Joanne.
long? Oh, Joanne, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, if I go to Moscow, I'll be flying. Even though I don't like to fly, I'll be
Mm.
flying.
Oh God, if you fly
That's
like me, you'd have to be
yeah,
poured into a cab when you get off the plane.
yeah. I will need a lot of anxiety medicine to make that trip for
Mm.
sure, and I'll probably
Martinis
need
or
to sleep a
champagne,
lot.
man.
Something.
Yeah.
I'll need to sleep. That's for sure. Because I will. Nah. Yeah, just it's oof. Just the thought of it freaks me out. But I've done it. I've flew on a plane a few
Hmm.
times, but it it takes something special for me to fly.
Oh God, I hear ya.
Yeah,
Let me
I like being
see.
on the ground.
Jesse, oh, he said he's like Cliff Clavin coming onto panels after work, like
Oh
it's a
gosh,
bar where he can work and talk smack while he's drinking after work.
yeah. Oh gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice reference. I like that.
Oh, totally, totally got that.
Clip
Danger
Clavin.
Zone said he's the international man of mystery for true crime. He's talking about Jesse.
He does great. He does great. I still I plan on checking. He was on with Jules on I think it was Crime Sleuth and they were on.
Oh, okay.
Uh I still have to check that one out. Yeah, him and Jules.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm
Let's
excited. I'm
see.
going to be doing some live shows during the day all week. Uh
Oh, so you're off?
yeah, I'm going to be doing yeah, I'm traveling for a few days and then I'm off until a week from Monday. And then so I'll be doing some live shows during the weekdays. I plan on because that Grub Truck show when I'm gonna kind of go through some more of it again,
Mm-hmm.
and and then I'm gonna do that final thing that I've been trying to do, but I just didn't have enough time each night to try and fit it in, and I didn't want to half-ass it. So
You mean putting together the like the compiled like
yeah,
highlights from Grub Truck,
yeah,
like the suspicious
yeah.
things or whatever?
Every Yeah, everything with the highlighted messages, the timestamps of what's taken place on the Grub
Oh.
Truck video with the real time. It's going to be basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be live streaming the whole thing. I got
Mm-hmm.
to do some fine tuning first, but then I'm going to be live streaming the whole thing. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that live stream to then clip and paste so that
Oh, okay.
way the final video is totally condensed, nothing but timestamp to timestamp to timestamp. When I'm doing it live, it's all going to be manually inputting the times and then letting that play, and it's going to be a drawn out thing. But then the final product, after I get done doing the editing and everything, will be the condensed
Mm-hmm.
uh, final version of it. And then I got Sigma Chi show coming up. And then
Oh,
so what I'm
okay.
gonna yeah, I'm gonna do like dedicated shows during the weekday mornings, and then
Mm-hmm.
at night I might just do like open panel hangout shows or whatever. Just hang out and talk open panel each night, just to kind of mix it up. But I'm still gonna be on during the day and at night. Still be
Oh,
doing a lot
okay.
of work.
Jesse said that he was first on Dago's panel and then
Oh,
with you
okay.
the next day. Let's see. Say Please
Shout out
said she'd
Dago.
be terrified to go to Moscow. Or Moscow. Yeah, Moscow is what, yeah. Um, hmm, hmm, hmm. What else?
Yeah, especially after that JLR video, man.
Which one?
That was crazy. Did you see that?
I've been MIA for a couple of days. What did JRLR do now?
Uh, who? I think Dago was showing it in one of his shows. JLR was doing a video in front of the. I don't know. I was at work when I was
Mm-hmm.
listening to it,
Mm-hmm.
so people in chat might know than me. But JLR was, I think, doing a video at the King Road residence, and somebody drove up to him and started threatening him physical harm and all
Oh,
sorts of stuff.
yeah. I did see that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The guy got arrested too, didn't he?
Oh, really? I
Yeah, the
know he
cops
called
came,
the
and
authorities.
I'm pretty sure I recall them turning him around and putting some cuffs on him.
Oh,
Real quickly, I want to
well,
tell
that's
you,
good.
Adam says hello. He said, "Good to see you.
What's up, man?
9:50 here in the UK. Hopefully, we get some sun today. Have a good trip. Be safe."
Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate that.
Somebody else did tell you to be safe.
Thank you,
Danger
Dolphin. I
Zone called me
appreciate
the
you.
Delta Burke of true crime
No, no. That's
in the
no.
best way possible. Oh, thank
The
you.
best way possible. Whatever.
Oh
Delta
my
Burke.
goodness.
Wasn't she the one that was married to like the what's
Oh,
his
that
name?
guy. What's his name? Rainey. What's his
The
first name?
Sergeant Dad or whatever, the TV
Yeah.
show Sergeant
Mm-hmm.
Major Dad or something
What was his name? Was it Gerald Rainey? Oh, and Joanne said yes, he was arrested. Yeah, she was from Designing Women.
designing women.
Right, right. Yeah, no, I've been MIA. I've been super busy for the past couple of days. So I just, I was like, oh, let me look at YouTube tonight and see what I've missed. And I just was trying to watch a couple of Lawyer, because I saw the document dropped about the
Yeah,
motion to dismiss or
yeah.
whatever.
What do you think
So,
about that? We went
um,
through that the other night.
oh,
What do
you
you
guys
think?
did? Yeah, I figured I
Yeah.
missed it. I think that it's Ann Taylor trying her best. She's going to do whatever she's got to do to try to, get him off. And I think that she's definitely looking for technicalities,
Oh yeah.
like
Oh
loopholes
yeah.
and whatnot. So,
For sure.
thanks, Dan.
Was a Miss America in the 80s.
Oh gosh. He said just the class and southern sophistication, no bad things. You know what? I'm actually not originally from the South, and this accent I've sort of like picked it up from being here for a
Yeah.
while. But yeah, I've lived
Yeah.
like all over the place. My favorite was Germany, and then believe it or not, New Jersey. I like the Northeast a lot better. So all up
Oh
and down the
really?
East Coast. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Why
Joanne,
New
I did
Jersey?
say that. Joanne's talking
There's
about the fact that
legit.
I said get him off. Yeah. Oh, you see it? Yeah, there's
Oh
legit
yeah,
issues with the grand jury.
there
Okay.
is. Yeah,
Oh
because
no, I
No
totally agree.
Chains,
Hmm.
No Chains hopped up, and I know she does. I know she does her research. No Chains hopped up
Yeah.
because we were actually talking about or I was reading the document when she hopped up, and
Hmm.
she was talking about how the grand jury wasn't even put together properly, and
Hmm.
the right signatures aren't even on the search warrants.
Oh, okay, because that's the other document about the grand jury selection process or something. I
Yeah,
didn't get a chance to read it yet.
yeah,
Okay. Hmm.
yeah, yeah. Because they're claiming that the grand jury wasn't properly, so they're trying to get the indictment dismissed, I believe, and then they were basically stating that they're requesting the in-person hearing from the one that was on the second to be transferred to the 18th for
Hmm.
an in-person hearing because he's willing to. I don't have the exact wording of the document.
Hmm.
Uh,
Oh, I guess I can pull it up for you.
Oral argument and testimony. It's
Oh,
at the
so
very
they want the
bottom.
preliminary hearing? Is that
It's at
what
the
they
very
were
bottom.
asking? Oh, let me see. I've had to make an Idaho 4 bookmark in my browser. Let me see.
Yeah, it's the very last one. I did a short on it or I put one out this morning, but we covered it last night or the night before. I'm
Is
still
this going to
awake.
be the document about the motion to dismiss or the jury issues?
No, this is the dismissal one, I believe. I think it was the one that was pushed through 728 at like 8:30 in the morning.
Okay,
It
that.
was
Oh,
electronically filed.
728. Oh, notice of hearing. Okay. Let me get
That's what
this.
it is, yeah.
And let me see. Didn't
Yeah,
see
that's what he said, say
attacks.
pieces. Screw writing it down in response. Because the prosecution came out and was like, you need to do it this way. Like you need to have it like this and this, and then
Yeah.
they came out and were like, well, screw your paper. We're just gonna say it. We're just gonna tell them
Right.
because they were already saying that his alibi could even potentially come out during witness or expert testimony.
I saw that. I was in Dago's
Hmm.
Discord the other night. I think it was like Friday night, and I was looking through it with somebody, and we were watching some videos and whatnot. And the language in it was really interesting because
Yeah.
they said, let me see, I'm trying to remember what it said. Mm. It said that they were going to disclose, the alibi. So basically, I was like, okay, they're saying that they
Uh
have
huh.
something. And they
Uh
said
huh.
that it may come through cross
Yep.
examination of a state's witness, as well as expert
Yep.
expert witnesses. So I said,
Yep.
so I was trying to figure out then what it could be, because here's the thing. If you're saying that it's going to come out through cross examination of a state's witness, and then you're also saying that, and, as well as expert witness, right? So it's got
Hmm.
to be something that an
The phone.
expert can corroborate.
The
Okay.
phone.
Right, that's what I was thinking. It's got to be something like technical or whatever,
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
the phone, and then like, their expert that's going to try to refute the cast data or whatever, and say that no,
Hmm.
their pings have been bouncing all over the place or whatever. Let me see, there was something else that I thought. Um, oh shoot, trying to think. There was something else. Yeah, we stayed up until 10 in the morning. I was on a Discord call with Coco.
Dang.
Yes, I told you I'm a night owl, man.
I,
Um, I am
shit.
hardcore. Like, don't
I
get that
know.
much
I
sleep.
guess. I don't
And
either. But damn, I need you as a co-person or something. Damn.
yeah,
You
she
get about the same amount of sleep.
oh no, I like, 2-3 hours and I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's what
she
I
got
get.
sleepy, and then, I would say something or whatever, we'd watch something, and then, she'd wake back up, and then I was like, oh, I should probably go to bed. And then I was like, no, I'm gonna order some McDonald's for breakfast, and I had a DoorDash
Oh yeah.
delivered, and we were still
Oh shit.
going. I got in
Yeah.
bed, we were still talking, and then I was like, man, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's call it.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Oh, Joanna's
It's easy to
guessing.
do.
Uh-huh. Yeah, really. I think so. Joanne says phone, video, pic, something. I'm trying to remember what was the second thing that I thought of. Um, because I basically was, thinking about the rumors, so
Yeah.
I figured too that it's got to be, probably Bethany, because that's who they were
Yeah.
targeting and whatnot. And
Yeah.
then I said, oh, there was a rumor about her seeing the naked man or whatever, and it's like, well, no, it's probably not that. Oh yes, because video. Joanne's right, that's what it was, because I said there's probably something else that they're going to try to analyze through, not this Lyndon Lane video or whatever, but the video from the 1112 house next
Yeah.
door.
Yep.
Um, we had
Yep.
also looked at the map. So at the corner of, what was it? Because Lana showed this. The corner of, I guess, is it King and Queen? Is that like where you turn right up onto their street? Is that Queen? There's a white house with two doors at the bottom of that street.
A
Do
White
you guys know
House
what I'm
with
talking
two
about?
doors.
Mm-hmm. And remember, we saw like a
Uh.
before, we saw like a Google, Maps image from like, I don't know, a
Oh,
little
and it
while back.
changed.
Yes, the door changed, remember?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It
Okay.
was like a
Yeah. I know
brown
what you.
door. Right,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yeah.
that house, and remember
Yeah.
somebody said, wait, that looks like a Ring doorbell on the door to the right. Remember?
Yeah.
And the door on the right is what's right there in front of that street where
Oh,
the
okay. Where you
house was.
turn.
So if somebody
Right.
had turned there and that had a
Right.
ring camera, then whoever lives there probably had something, you know.
Right.
Um so yeah,
It's got
so
to.
hmm So that's what I was thinking. So either video, so they're going to bring in an expert witness that has something to do with video, or it's, something to do with the phone and trying to,
Yeah.
discredit the pings and the cast data and whatnot. And then I also said, okay, you've got to think about who their state's witnesses are, right? So you think, if I'm the prosecuting attorney, when trials start, you bring the police who were on the scene first on the scene, they get on the stand, the coroner, gets on the stand. So, and then, what do you call it? The next like group of people that would be important to like laying the foundation for the case would be Bethany, Dylan,
Mhm.
Jack Showalter, probably Jack
Yep.
DeCour, this Adam guy because he was mentioned in the video. So it's like that little cluster of people there, from the
Yeah.
night of, and then the people who came into the house. So like Hunter, what's
Yeah.
his last name,
Yeah.
Johnson,
The
and whoever
friends.
else was there. I think
Right.
Ethan's brother was there too. So wait, no camera there though. Been sussed out. The cam that captures the front of the house must be somewhere on Taylor Avenue Apartments or blue smaller dwelling across the walkway. Hmm.
I
Dan, are
was
you
even
talking about down
wondering
the street?
blue smaller dwelling
Yeah,
across the walkway.
so I'm thinking of like their front door for 1122, and then there's a parking lot, but across the street from that, there's some building. I think is
Yeah.
it the
I've always thought there's
apartments?
like yeah, there's like two little apartments there. I've always
Mm-hmm.
that's what I was because with all when all this Linda Lane stuff started coming out, and I was realizing like after that first day, I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a drip feed because it kept
Mm-hmm.
coming out different stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
then I'm like this, the properties. There's two apartments directly across from
Right, I think they're called the Queen Street
1122
apartments.
and 1112.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's two of them right across it. Those are the ones that I was waiting for because that's showing that those have to be showing directly at the property. The the patio that sticks out. It's got to show
Mm-hmm.
somebody coming in, leaving. That's going to have it all. Is
Mm-hmm.
those two little apartment buildings right there. I think the 1112 will help because it'll have like a side view, but I
It's
think the
facing
one
that
that's
door, the sliding door, wasn't it? Like when
nah,
on one of Lana's lives, she had pictures from inside the house, and the kitchen is what's at that back door or
yeah,
whatever,
you can see
and
out the
you could
kitchen
look.
window,
Yeah.
but the camera is on the front door where you see like the watermelon stuff. That's where the ring camera is. Okay,
There's
and
a
then
light
there's
bulb
a
camera back there though.
or light bulb. There's another one that's supposed to be on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was looking at my Google guy, I couldn't find it.
Hmm. Okay.
I couldn't find it. So it has to be on the side because the one camera it'll be able to record walking up the stairs
Mm-hmm.
where the watermelon was at, and then if there's another camera, it's got to be on the right side of the picture where you're seeing the watermelon because I looked all up and down the
Mm-hmm.
left side and the side that's on the side that faces the parking lot of the property, and there's nothing on that house.
Okay. Oh, I
That's
scrolled
why I'm.
back up too. I saw something else that I missed.
But
Uh,
if Lana
mhm.
has something, I would like to see it though, because I was just going off a Google guy. So
Right, right. I thought when she showed the picture of the
yeah, there's a
kitchen
picture.
window that you could like see the sliding
You
door,
could
you
out
know?
of the kitchen
And if
window.
you
You could,
but the oh shit, I'm trying to think where the window.
but
If
that's
you're
if you're
looking at
looking
it
out
from the
the window.
outside, the
There's no
window's to the
camera there.
right. Right, so but the door
No,
is to the left of that window?
I don't know where the kitchen's got. Okay, so like you know the watermelon picture, right?
Mhm. I guess
Okay,
I'm gonna have to pull it
so
up
you're
though.
yeah, pull it up if you want. And I don't know if I can allow screen share or not. Probably not because I'm on. mobile. But if you guys look at the picture, so you'll see like the stairs, and then off to the left is like the railing that has like the white wire, like the grid type design. Let me know when you pull it up, and then I'll kind of
Um,
explain it. But basically, the
oh
kitchen would have
shoot.
to be on the right side of, if you're walking up to the front door, the kitchen's got to be on the right side in order for it to see that patio. But I know what picture you're talking about because I did see
Oh,
that stream.
okay. So if you're outside looking at it, then that
Yeah,
window is to the right.
you can,
Okay.
right.
Which means the
But
camera is to the left. But don't those things rotate a lot?
well, it's on the front of the house though. It's not going to see the side of the house from the front because, like, if you take a look where the camera's at, it's on the front facing
Oh, I don't know where this
wall,
photo is.
and the front facing wall is facing King Road.
Oh shoot, I don't have that many Idaho pictures saved yet. I was trying to get things organized. Does anybody know where to find that watermelon picture? I know I've seen it.
Because I
Um,
don't know of a camera that's on that side of the house that would have been able to pick it up, but maybe there is one.
so wait, where do
But
you
I was
think the
going
light
off of
bulb
Google.
camera is?
I think it's on the front. So you know where the cars park,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got the stairs, because you have
Right,
to
and
walk
with
up
the
the stairs
lights
to go
around
to
the
the front door.
banisters and you walk down. Yeah.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about 1112.
Isn't that what we saw in the Linda Lane footage? Oh, thank you. It's in Discord. Thank you.
No, I'm talking where the watermelon picture is at 1112,
Right.
the blue house. And the camera I'm talking about is on the front side of the property where the front door is,
Mm-hmm.
and the front door is not facing. Like, you can only see the patio of 1122 from the stairs going up to the front door. Like, if you look to the right of the house, you can see it. The corner of 1112, you can see it, but there's the camera don't. It's facing forward where the cars park. It's not.
Oh, I muted myself because I was typing. Give me a few minutes to find the.
Yeah, no
Yeah, my
problem.
keyboard is
No
super
problem.
loud. I'm gonna look for it. Dan said that it's in Discord. I'm not sure which channel. I'll have to look for it. But I wanted to scroll back up because somebody mentioned something. Hmm. Oh,
That's why I'm thinking those the two
no
apartments are
camera
going to
there.
have the.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
yeah. That's why I'm thinking those two apartments is the key, and have thought it, because I didn't
Hmm.
think that 1112 would have a camera unless it was. Listen, I was going off of Google Guy, so Google Guy can be wrong.
Right.
But from what I seen at Google Guy, there was no camera. I zoomed in. There was no. I looked all over that building, except the only side that I couldn't see was the. If you're going up the stairs, the right side of the building, I couldn't see it obviously because there's no road there. But I went up and down and zoomed in on that 1112, and I couldn't find a camera anywhere
Hmm. Okay.
except for the front.
I don't know if you've heard this news, but I saw it mentioned further back in chat. I think Jesse mentioned it that the Papa Roger account went active again on Facebook like
Oh, really?
recently. Yeah. Um what was it?
So, like the same one, or somebody else created
I
it?
don't know because you know what? After people started talking about it, like 50
Right?
million, with the exact same
Yeah.
photo popped up. So I don't know. I am in that Facebook group. So, and Jesus,
Huh.
it would take a
Yeah.
while to try and go back to the actual chat.
I bet.
Oh, Skittles. He's talking about Dago's Discord, I believe. Um, yeah, because you know how Facebook used to let you like go to a certain point in the timeline. You would say like, "Oh, I want to go back to November 2022," and it would just jump. Now it's like that option is missing from the right, and I don't know how to like really get back um, other than scrolling.
Yeah,
Oh, Anne Loving says, I think someone created it just to stir shit up.
I
Probably.
bet. I bet.
Probably.
I bet.
Yeah. You know what? This is totally totally unrelated to what we were talking about. It's still Idaho 4 though, but so you guys know Darren Duncan, right? Is
Yeah,
supposedly Brent's best friend, and I use that
right.
with quotes, okay? Um you remember the guy Justin who was out here like months ago saying all this stuff, saying Dylan is trans, whatever, whatever, and that he
Oh,
always
yeah, I
said
remember
that,
that.
oh, watch mainstream media because tonight at 10 o'clock something's gonna
Yeah,
be revealed, right? Okay,
yeah.
and so then that guy disappeared because I think Harsh was sort of supporting him at first, and then he was like, no, this guy, he's out there. He's, whatever. So I was talking to Coco, like I said, Friday night. We were doing this marathon, dive of like, everything that's going on. And it occurred to me, don't you guys think, have you ever seen Justin? Justin
No.
looks like he could be Darren's brother or something.
Oh,
They,
really?
yes, they look alike.
Huh.
Skittles said, oh, yeah, I remember that. You
Really?
guys are okay. Say please
They
said
look
yes
alike?
with an exclamation mark. Yes, they do look alike. They've got the same little squirrely beady eyes and the beard and the mustache or whatever, whatever. Yeah, Skittles is saying, "Oh my God, yeah." And he was in the
Huh.
army too. Yes, because he was interviewed for being the first openly transgender person, I guess, in the military or whatever. And I saw the interview again because here's the thing: same energy, yeah, that gives her anxiety, yeah. So here's the thing, because I'm not one for conspiracy theories or anything, not too much, right? But I started thinking about it, and it was late at night, and I was just like, he does. We said it a while back that he looks like him, right? And then, what was it? At the same time we were also talking about how Darren was in Illinois because that's where he's from, and he supposedly, I guess, knew Brent since he was 14, I think he said in that interview with Melissa
Yeah, I thought he
Jade.
said, yeah, like
Yeah,
middle school or something, right?
right. And so that would have been Illinois. Then I was thinking about what's his name, Drip Drop, and him saying, oh, he had property in Pennsylvania and whatnot. I did one of these little, one of those free, name searches or whatever. It wasn't even the paid one, but it never said anything about Pennsylvania. But it had like a couple of towns in Illinois. It had something in Colorado. Where else? I think Iowa, Idaho, whatnot. So then I was like, And I actually, because I was said Darren Duncan, that name sounds fake, right? So I looked him up. And so, like, all his stuff was Illinois. So then I was just like, I wonder if he actually lived close to him. So I looked up the two cities. I think one was like Love Park, Illinois, and one was Manchesney Park or McKesney Park, something like that. Illinois. I've still got it in my history for Brent and like five or six others for Darren. I looked them up on Google Maps, and every one of the five or six places for Darren were like literally between 4 to 12 miles from the two cities for Brent. Right. And it said that
Oh,
both of
wow.
their ages were 36. So I was like, okay. So I guess, they probably did know each other. And I actually was thinking about, how you can look at people up on classmates.com.
Yeah.
and see like
Yeah.
where they went to school and all that. And I was like, well, maybe I could find a yearbook picture of him or whatever. So, but I didn't get into that because that's when I had to get the the sausage, egg, and cheese burritos from McDonald's because we
Damn,
had
that
been
sounds
up all
good too
night,
right
like
now.
deep into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just was kind of like, okay. And then I was wondering about Justin because I don't remember who it was, and maybe you guys know in chat that he ticked off, but there was some female that he made mad, and she did a video and she said something like, okay, you're going to put my information out. I know who you are. I know your name, blah blah blah. And she said his name, okay, and put out like, I don't know, like a picture of him in the military and some other stuff. Couldn't remember who that was, but then I was thinking about it. Coco happened to know what his name was because she said, "Oh, Liam," and I said, "Oh, yes," because Harsh, I think, said his name. When he got mad at him, Harsh Reality. His name was. He said that he thought that he was the Papa Roger Facebook account because his real
Oh,
name was so similar to it, right?
really?
So I don't want to
Okay.
dox the guy, but his first name was, what I just said. His middle name was a Pap something, and his last name was a Raw something, ROD, blah, 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 whatever. So it's like you
Huh.
could see where he might have created it, but then I was like, that's interesting. But so I
Really?
just was remembering all this stuff. So then, since I had his real name, I looked him up in the same little people search thing or whatever, same little, towns or whatever. Actually, for Illinois, he wasn't that close to these guys. He was maybe 2 hours away or whatever, but he's 34. So I thought, maybe a cousin? No, it wasn't Pepe. But the last name
Pepe?
is right. Yeah. I guess, is it okay to say it since it's already out
No,
there? No? Okay,
no,
that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, no, Jesse's trying to guess. But,
no guessing, Jesse. Stop it. Guess in Discord.
oh, and then Anne Loving said Justin was the first with the frat boy theory. Justin is trans too, family with
Frat boy theory.
chiropractors, and he hates Fry. Yeah.
So, what's the frat boy theory? I mean, I've heard so many different ones, and I kind of have an idea of what that is, but I'm curious what that frat boy theory is.
Oh,
Where, like,
yeah.
like the whole
And
substance connection as well, type thing, or
that might not be what she's talking about. Anne, are you talking about the fight at the party?
I mean, I definitely feel like I always have felt like that fight has something to do with what took place as well.
Are you talking about the Moose Lodge fight that Valerie was talking
No,
about?
I'm
Oh,
talking
the
about the fight that
one at the
took place
first,
at Sigma
what is it, Sigma
Chi.
Chi? Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and I always thought that Moose Lodge possibly as well,
Mm-hmm.
because you got to understand, from 9 p.m. until 1:45, we don't know what the hell they were doing.
Which actually reminds me of something else that came up while we were digging, and actually, I don't think it was Friday night. I think this was about a week or so ago. So, Anne hasn't typed exactly what it was that she was talking about yet.
Okay.
And Nosy Cat said, "Fight Club?" Question mark. Say it, please. Is it the one on 4chan? I try to stay out of 4chan, so I'm not
Yeah, I
really
don't.
sure.
I don't really. 4chan's crazy.
Oh, okay. So Anne now says, well, pretty much the frats got together and did it for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, the fight too. Um, yeah.
Did
Okay.
it for whatever reason.
Yeah. So, before I forget, this is the
What,
thing
an
that
OD?
reminded me. Hmm?
Okay.
What'd
What,
you say?
like the frat boy is like connected with the OD or something? That's why I'm wondering if it was like with substances. And is that the frat boy theory that has to deal with the substances? And go ahead, Dolphin. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Nosy Cat says, something interesting I found when I was researching those frats. Did you know that Sigma Chi does not permit members to quit? That made me go, hmm. No, I didn't know that.
I'll be going into
It's
Sigma
like
Chi this week.
it's like mafia or something. Once you're in, you
It's
can't get out.
dude, I'm telling you, I've got this Sigma Chi stuff. I had
Mhm.
a bunch of stuff sent to me like a while ago,
Mhm.
and I started going through it, and I'm like, damn, this is crazy. And it's their own shit.
Yeah.
Like a lot of it is their own shit, and it's when you see the names and you see the traditions and you see like the rules and
Mhm.
traditions and what's expected and like all of these different things. I think it's gonna like you have like this general thought of a frat, just cake stands and all sorts of stuff.
Mhm.
And when we go into it this week, it's almost like a political how do I explain it? It's almost there's a lot of politics involved in it, and there's a lot of it's crazy. You almost the same shit that goes on in American politics,
Mhm.
the shady stuff, it's it's just the same. It's crazy. It's like
Oh yeah.
a, a mirrored image of it, but
Oh.
it's frats.
Um.
Not a cult. I mean, you could when we go through some of it, you can definitely see how it is cult type.
Mhm.
But I'm not gonna say it's a cult. But it definitely has some cult tendencies. This,
It has the symptoms of a cult, but
yeah, it
yeah.
does. I mean, when you and then you see the names, and you'll be like,
Mhm.
huh? Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Oh, so this is what I wanted to tell you guys that I found because I kind of was like, we've gotten sidetracked by different things, and I was like, oh, I want to go back and look at some stuff from the beginning because I feel like I've missed something or forgotten something or whatever.
Yeah,
Like, well, here's something that I didn't actually realize. Um, do you guys remember Ethan's mother, Stacy, right? Stacy Chapin. She gave one of the original interviews that she gave. Actually, hold on, before I tell you what she said. This is back to the fight. This all kind of like, ties in
oh,
here.
okay.
So we heard that Ethan and Xana were at Sigma Chi, and that some guy, I think, maybe was hitting on Xana or said something, blah, blah, blah. And, Ethan, told him to back off or whatever. They got into a fight or whatever. Yeah, say please is with me on that. She knows where I'm going with this. Um,
She's awesome.
and they left. Okay. And then they might have gone to Moose Lodge or whatever. I don't know because nobody really knows what all they did or whatever, right? But Stacy Chapin, if I can, I'll look for it while we're all on here tonight. But Stacy Chapin in one, like I think it was the first interview, one of the first things that she said was there was no love triangle, there were no drugs, blah blah blah, whatever, whatever.
Yeah,
Like she literally said that. And it's like, wait a minute, who said anything about a love triangle? Who said anything about
right.
drugs? Like, why would you put that
Yeah,
out there that this, doesn't have anything to do with that if there wasn't something going around about it? And
yep.
yeah. And I was like, I didn't think that she knew Xana really. Um, because some people kept, talking about how she never really mentioned Xana and all that, and how it looked like she had some sort of resentment towards her. And I said, well, I'm not a parent, but you kind of have to think about it for a second. Take a step back and think about it. Her son, she might be thinking that, if he hadn't been with her, he'd be alive, you know? So, yeah, she might be a little, I
Well,
don't know.
there was another interview. It was the one
Mhm.
that was on News Nation,
Mhm.
and they cut out. They didn't air this part. It was a part that was edited out,
Mhm.
and they were Banfield was saying something about you know Z- Xana and Ethan's love or something like that for each
Right.
other,
Mhm.
and they kind of like I don't know if you've seen that one, but it's very interesting. You should check it out. It's an edited
Mm-hmm.
part out
Oh,
of
the
it, but
dad's face is what P
the,
Fox
both of
said.
them, both of them,
Yeah.
their response was just like, "Whoa, what?" Because it made
It's
it
clear
seem
they
like
didn't
they really
approve.
didn't know.
Hmm.
No, not that they didn't approve. That I think they didn't know. They didn't
Like, know
even.
her.
I don't think they did
Well, you know what? I didn't think so
that as
either,
much.
right?
You know?
But
Yeah. Okay.
I found out no, they had spent some time with her or whatever because we went back. I had never watched the memorial, okay, and I didn't watch it like all the way through. I started fast forwarding to certain parts because I wanted to see what certain people said, and
Mhm.
when Hunter, I think it was Hunter, because he told a lot of stories about Ethan. When Hunter got up, Hunter said something about, oh, yeah, I really, I remember that time that, yeah, you, Xana, me, Emily were at your parents' house. Or at your parents' house, is what he said. So I was like, oh, wait, so she had met, his parents or whatever. I was like, that's interesting, and then to kind of see their facial expressions and whatnot
Yeah.
anytime her name was mentioned, or the fact that they didn't really say anything about her. And also, you guys in the chat, you guys watched the memorial, right? I'm gonna assume, yeah, because that's like so long ago at the beginning. Oh yeah, he kept talking about. Nosy Cat said Hunter kept talking about EC bumming money off of people at the memorial. I thought it was tasteless. Yeah, yeah, I think he. When I watched him and his body language and everything, and I was like, okay, I think I probably, misjudged that kid a little bit. Because actually, speaking of tasteless, I don't know. And I know it's just like how people are these days with their phones and everything, but like everybody else came up with their speech on a cell phone, And I was like, you couldn't have typed it out or whatever and walked up there with a piece of paper. And as far as I've seen so far, Hunter was the only one that actually did like write it out and brought up a piece of paper and everything. So it's like, to me, that shows that, you kind of put more thought into it or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but yeah, the joking about the money, bumming money off of people, and the what was it? It was like the holes of golf. Like Ethan, only won one, and he won the rest of the 17, and I don't think he ever got his $34 or something like that. I think he was just trying to kind of keep it light or whatever, because I noticed towards the end, it seemed like he was, almost getting choked up and trying really hard not to, just like let it all go.
Right.
So, yeah, I was like, yeah, he's kind of seems like a decent kid, you know. Yeah.
Oh, if
So,
my phone dies, I
mhm.
might have to be back. I don't know. It just keeps. It went from like 30% to like 3 in about 10 seconds. So I'm
Oh
not
wow.
sure
Do you have a charger?
what's up. Yeah, I have it plugged into a my charger in my car, but I don't know. It just keeps dropping. Uh oh.
Mhm. Oh, Nosy Cat said, I thought that was a hint about the crime. Actually, like the crime was money motivated. Oh, Nosy Cat, you're talking about what Hunter kept saying at the memorial? Let me see what else he
Hopefully it
writes.
starts to charge up. I plugged it into a power thing that I
Mm-hmm.
got. So if it does hop out, I'll probably be back in, I don't know, 10 or 15 to let it charge up for a few before I think I'm okay so far, though.
Oh,
Sitting
okay.
at 2. Now it's up to 3. I think we're good. Damn.
Mm. Let's see. So Nosy Cat said yes, because if the perp was a frat boy, I imagine he would be narcissistic and confident. Yeah, yeah. And Hunter, like I said, I've noticed that he kept inserting himself into the situation. Like every time there was a visit by
Yeah.
the police, he was always at the door, like in every one of those body cams.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. But and just like I guess like observations about the memorial, like the pieces that I did watch. So I remembered too that people were talking about the way that Steve looked at oh, his zip ties. I don't know about his zip ties. You're gonna have to explain that to me. Um,
Uh-oh, what's
but
going on?
Steve, oh, something in the road.
No, my I must have a short in this cable or something because it. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine.
I'm just trying to get this thing hooked up.
Oh,
All right.
yeah. So people had said that Steve gave what's his name, Jack D, a weird look at the memorial or
Yeah.
whatever, and everything, or looked a little standoffish. Just like on the one hand, they said they vouched for this kid, blah blah blah, whatever, and but then on the other hand, I guess he got weird with him, and so I looked at it and I was like, okay, he walked on the
Yeah, he
stage with
looked at him weird.
everybody. He did, and he was all the way over to the side. I'm actually trying to figure out why he was up there because he never even said anything, which I thought was very weird. I mean, I understand that people grieve differently, but this is a guy that, dated her for 6 years, 7 years, something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and you
Yeah.
would think, okay, young love, blah, 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 whatever. You would think that he would have wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. And, um, actually, not Steve, Christy, I noticed, uh, kind of like walked behind Steve to go over to hug Jack, right?
Yeah.
And Steve like walked away from Jack when Christy did that, and
Yeah,
kind
he
of
gave him
that's
a
when he
weird
gave the
look.
look. Hmm.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I
hmm
just
but
assumed it's just him getting mad that you're supposed to protect my damn daughter. He's lucky.
right. But you know what else I thought that was weird besides him being there and not saying anything, like not even, anything, like not one
Right.
word or whatever. But so Christy went to hug him and then, they sort of were turned to walk off. And it's like he didn't look out at the crowd or anything. He actually looked away, like towards the back of the stage, and he almost walked ahead of Christy, like they were sort of side by side. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe because he's so much taller or whatever, but it's like he couldn't even have cared less, or whatever. He just didn't seem upset to me. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I've lost people at that age that I was close to, like that I had gone to high school with and whatnot. And like, right after college, something happened. And I mean, and I wasn't even in a relationship with them like that for,
Right.
6 or 7 years. I
Yeah.
was a wreck. But
Yeah.
again, I know different people are different. Oh, something about Jake S. Oh, okay. Oh, good morning, Devil Doll.
Hey, what's
Let me
up?
see. So wait, Nosy Cat
I
said,
would have had to say something.
what to who?
I would have had to say something, at that
Yeah,
stand. If it was my woman,
because
shoot.
so they had that memorial. What? How long was it? A couple of weeks after?
Yeah. I don't know exactly when. There was some time.
But not too much time,
No, not too much.
Yeah,
But
so he already knew what people were saying about him, and
right.
everything. And it's like, still, this is your time to, to say something, for that person, and you don't say anything. Yeah, that bothered me a lot. And then, like I said, the way that he walked off the stage, if you guys don't remember, I would say go back and watch it. It's like, it's a quick little clip, but it's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a quick one, and they even have somebody that zooms in on it too. You could. I'm trying to think of the channel of who it was. I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
But yeah, it's definitely interesting. But I just took it as the emotions hit him pretty
Mhm.
hard. He's an emotional person,
Mhm.
and he. I would have. I don't know. I I don't know what I would have done in that position if somebody was, what I mean? Like, he was called how many times? Like,
Oh yeah.
I don't
That's
know.
the other thing that bothered me, besides the
Like,
fact
why
that,
didn't you?
he didn't answer because, I guess
Yeah.
his phone was on silent or whatever. But besides that, so according to like WSU Kim, people in his house or in his apartment or whatever had to wake him up to tell him that something had happened, right? And he lives like what, diagonally across the street or whatever. Like he can see the house from where he lives. So he gets up to go over there. And I know that the police talked to him like that day and everything, but there's still, is this, should have been like a brick of time where it's like, wait a minute, you go over there, there's police all over the place. Maybe you haven't exactly found out what happened yet or whatever, but you don't even pick up the phone and call her family, you
Right.
know? And you've been
It's
quote unquote
always
in
it
the
was all
family for
sus.
like six,
Yeah.
7 years or whatever, you
He
know?
it's yeah. He's been sus from the freaking get go, man.
hmm So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it just reminded me about him. Let's see, and Maddie's boyfriend. Da, da, da. Oh, okay. I went back up.
I'm sure all of them are buddies.
Oh, the zip ties. Hunter Johnson was in body cams
Yeah,
wearing zip
those
ties on
things.
his wrist. A
Yeah,
lot of them. Oh, I didn't see those. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
And Say Please said, I heard the houses have someone who's in charge of going out to talk to the cops when they show up, and that Hunter was the one for that house. Okay. Okay. Then that makes sense. He definitely takes his responsibility seriously then, as he was
Yeah, because
all over.
he could be like, no, they're not home. That's the perfect person to
Mm-hmm.
answer the door if it's like that. I mean, yeah, they're not home. Okay, can you let us? But
Yeah.
it is interesting how he always is in the frickin' he always is in the
In the
cams.
mix. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, oh, yeah, Nosy Cat said on the JD thing, I'm kind of surprised that people go after him but don't even suspect JS. Yeah, I think a lot of people suspected him, from the very beginning. Jack
Mhm.
Showalter. Oh,
Yeah.
she said Jake S. Oh, never mind. That's,
Jake.
Maddie's boyfriend. So,
Oh.
what's the story with him? Because were they dating for a long time?
I don't honestly. I never really checked him out too much.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I never. I never really thought that there was. Uh, I thought that would be like the least out of all of them that would have some kind of connection when it comes to friends or exes or boyfriends.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, maybe somebody that did s- look up some shit
Yeah.
might know something. I don't really know too much about him. I never really
Nosy
looked into him.
Cat said they only dated for 1 year. Well, okay, even 1 year only, he was up there, with a speech,
Mhm.
So I'm
Mhm.
just, yeah. And Devil Doll says Hunter J's emotions and actions are sus. He's 100% sus. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just kind of got me, in the feels when he was standing up there, you know,
It
reading his
is. I mean,
speech.
it is odd how he's Hunter's always up there.
hmm Oh, yeah, and here's another comment. There's so much suspicious activity to look into, and I'm most suspicious of the prosecution. They claim we got our man, and I was so wanting to see their case and so confident they had it. I agree with you. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't know. They're messing it up totally. Whatever they have or don't have. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know, first year law student is in charge or something, or,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
And I know what they're saying because when we were going into my old PCA read through when I read through it on January 5th,
hmm
I could even hear how sucked into the shit that as soon as his mugshot was up, oh my gosh, look at that creepy pic, just like
hmm
different stuff like that. Um, and yeah, it's almost like any time that you see these court hearings, it definitely seems like they're not prepared, they're not ready.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
it appears that way. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying it appears that they are not ready. It appears that they're trying to gaslight the defense by coming up with either, like the pure speculation from Ann Taylor, or
Mhm.
saying that they don't know when they can supply documents that are requested, or things like that. It seems like they're just not prepared, or they don't want to give up what they do have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nosy Cat sounds like somebody I know. Saying
Mhm.
that Dylan's from Boise, Jake's from Boise. So many people we've been pointed to are from Boise. Just saying. Yeah, apparently. And that's another thing too that we were talking about. If you really think about it, like you guys have been, saying, oh, maybe it's weird that, nobody's talked about this person or whatever. But if you really think about it, every last person that has something to do with this case is suspicious or has
Right,
something going on. It's like nobody seems to have some sort of clean history or whatever,
right.
you know? Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, and it could be also a thing where we're looking for stuff too at the same time as well. Like maybe uh, all this suspicious stuff is just the way
Yeah.
that, you know what I mean? Like, because it's a different time, different area, different
Mhm.
generation, different things like that. Maybe a lot of these small things that seem suspicious may not be, after all. I mean, like when it comes to all these other, like friends or exes, I just
Mhm.
don't see how anybody can, if it's beyond, BK, if it really does have something to do with the friends or
Mhm.
exes or boyfriends. I don't understand how somebody can keep quiet that long if you're on that tier. If you're
Right.
on like a group tier, or
Mhm.
as I refer to the group, or if you're on a tier under
Mhm.
that, then yeah, I can see how this could happen and people keep quiet. But when
Mhm.
it comes to
Because they're
like
a
the
little
friends,
removed from it. Yeah.
well, it's just low tier plus.
Mhm.
They talk. You know what I mean? They
Right.
talk a lot, and we're a year later almost.
Mhm.
And if there was some kind of connection that way, I just feel like somebody would have slipped up, or.
Mhm.
But then again, maybe Moscow's not really interviewing them or investigating them that much, because shit, from the beginning they were like, yeah, they're not. They just kind of interview people, and you didn't even really hear much about anything until BK
Mhm.
came out.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. Oh. Oh, okay. So Keister Bunny says, after learning more about the charges for Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom, I think the theory deserves a deeper dive. Thought Riot podcast put all of the court paperwork together. Yeah. Yeah, Keister,
Hmm?
that's what I was
Who?
talking about. Everybody's parents, just about out of all of those families,
Oh
everybody's
yeah, the
parents are
parents.
dirty. They've got
Yeah,
some sort of history,
yeah,
just about,
yeah,
except for the
yeah.
Chapins. I hadn't heard anything, but I know some people have some
Right.
conspiracies about them. And then the Gonzalez's, they've got something a little like one step removed. Supposedly Kaylee's uncle, might be in jail for something a little what related or whatever.
Mm.
So yeah, pharmaceuticals, So
Yeah, the parents
yeah.
definitely. Yeah, when you look into the parents, there's definitely a lot of
Mhm.
interesting
Because
things
there's
when it comes to substances.
Xana's mom. Xana's dad has a prison record from before Xana's mom started getting into all kinds of trouble. Uh, what's her name? Maddie's dad. I think Maddie's stepmom. I don't think I don't think I've heard anything bad about her mom. Oh, and I saw her mom at the memorial. God, she looks just like her mom. Wow, it was crazy. I looked at her and I was like, that's what she probably would have looked like had she, gotten a chance to grow old. But and
Hmm.
then Dylan's dad has some DV and against Dylan's mom and restraining order, and then Dylan's stepmother, I think, something, and Dylan's boyfriend, and and then his father, and like everybody. Like I think Bethany, I think
Mm-hmm.
her family is, like kind of A plus or whatever. But you know what I mean? It's like just about everybody that's involved has some
Yeah.
extended history that's questionable or whatever. So,
Right. Yeah, and I think
mm.
that's where a lot of it comes from. With the connections beyond that and stuff.
Mhm. Oh, Jesse said Thought Riot is a newish, smaller channel, but I dig what they are putting out. I'll have to check him
Thought
out. I've
Riot.
never heard.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I never
Thought
heard of them.
Riot podcasts. Yeah, this is the first time I've heard of them. And Nosy Cat said KG's uncle in jail for unaliving someone. Oh, okay. I thought it was, other stuff.
Oh wow. Where's
Um,
he at? Idaho or
I think
just in
he's
another
probably
state?
somewhere in Idaho or something. And both moms cut a deal a week before, the incident or something. Oh, I know Xana's mom was arrested afterwards, like after November 13th. Like, not
Yeah.
that long after. They picked her up
Yeah,
for
cause
something.
yeah, she was in custody, wasn't she, when the funeral and all that?
I think so.
She couldn't make
That's what
it
I
because
heard.
she was in. I think so.
Quinn Kelly's dad is in jail too. Bethany's from Reno. Yeah.
I have a lot of people asking me to look up Quinn
Mhm.
Quinn K stuff.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. P Fox is saying something that also stuck with me is how Steve said this is a family problem. I do remember him saying that. I'm trying to
A
think.
family
Uh,
problem.
he said it in an interview. Wasn't that one of his? He was standing on the street and being interviewed because I think he was
Oh,
married.
yeah, that's when
He's like, and
because
because he was like, this is a
Christy
family
was wearing
problem.
like
Blah
a
blah blah.
black hoodie or something.
Hmm.
That's right. He was. I don't
That might have
remember
been the
that. Did he
same
really?
interview that she told him to
When he.
calm down because remember he was saying I earned that right because he's like because he
Yeah,
paid
about
for
her
the
being.
everything and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
funeral and
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Is that the same interview that you're talking about, P Fox? Oh,
Yeah, that probably
Calvis is
is.
in jail in Washington State, and state
Oh
police said they
wow.
let her out for the funeral. Oh, and she
Oh, they
ran.
did.
That's right.
She she
Yep.
ran.
Mhm.
Oh wow. Wow. I never understood that. It's like if you just do your freaking time, you get out instead of keep
Oh.
tacking on and tacking on.
Nosy Cat said that Kaylee's uncle did that crime recently too. She thinks about a year or two ago. Wow. Okay, P Fox doesn't remember. Yeah, it's vague, but I think it was one of those when he was standing on the street.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh,
right. Where
Oh, yes, Keister, I saw this. In December, the state of Washington had the biggest pharmaceutical bust in state's history right after both moms got a plea deal with a delayed sentencing, indicative of an information trade off. Yeah.
oh
Because there was an
wow,
article that I saw, and they have the pictures of their haul, like what all they got, and it was
yeah,
ridiculous. It's like I live on the East Coast. I don't think of, when I think of like Washington State or Oregon, I think like tall trees and I don't know,
yeah,
like free
yeah,
living or whatever. I don't think of
right.
that. And I had no idea until now,
What what who's so who did the who did the deals? Who was that?
Uh, I think she's talking about. She said both moms got a plea deal. I think with a delayed
Which
sentencing.
moms?
I think she's talking about Kara, which is Xana's mom, and
Yeah.
then maybe Maddie's stepmom. Is that who you're talking about?
What?
And Keith. Oh yeah, Keister is a female. Yeah. Exactly. The same
For
products were
real?
in the bus as the moms were charged with. Yep. And lots of pew pew also, like big ones. Yeah.
And when
hmm
and that was how long before?
That was in December. So that was the month after.
In December, the month
hmm
after.
Well, after November 13th, this bust went
And
down.
huh? Can somebody send me that article or
Yeah.
video? I mean, and I'll look into it when I get back to where I'm
Yeah.
going.
I just have to figure
But
out.
yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely want to look into that.
It's in my history, or maybe I put it in my Idaho folder. Because basically, I'm trying to get in the habit of
Huh?
anytime I see something, I'm saving it under an
Yeah.
Idaho 4 bookmark.
Because I know I had heard that stuff a few months ago, but I didn't realize that two of the moms made deals, and then that shit went down.
Oh, okay.
I'd
So,
like to look into that some more.
Keister said they were scheduled for sentencing on November 7th. That's the stepmom. And then November 17th was Xana's mom, Kara. And oh, Steve was giving me different vibes with his mustache and hair like slicked back. His whole demeanor in recent interview is just different. That's Say Please said that. Yeah, I think somebody told him to cool it, to be honest. And I mean, he said
Yeah,
that the FBI told
yeah,
him to cool it and law enforcement told
yeah.
him to chill.
Oh yeah,
hmm
yeah. Oh, for sure. I'd like to have. If say please, if you're ever comfortable hopping up on panel sometime, please do. I'd love to have you up on panel too sometime.
He's gone, dirty biker.
The handlebars.
Yeah, got that 70s porn stash going.
I'm telling you, like when I grow a mustache, I grow the handlebar. That's what I do.
Oh my goodness.
I thought about growing one recently
Uh,
myself.
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
loved it. That's my favorite mustache is the handlebar. I don't like the regular mustache. I like the handlebar thing.
If you wait
Uh,
until, like, what is
mustache.
it for, I guess, October or November? Because, November they have the Movember or something.
Oh yeah,
There's a
yeah,
month. I think November is a month that the
yeah,
guys grow their mustache and whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
I don't ever
Rhea, is it
participate.
Rhea or Rhea? Said Steve said so much, and I tend to believe him because he was riding the Ellie big time, and the time those poor
Yeah,
souls lay there way too long. Yeah, and that's not
yep,
acceptable to me. Yeah, that isn't
yeah.
acceptable to anyone. Yeah, that's the
That's
worst part.
why I
The
never
eight
was mad
hours
at him.
starting with that was like,
Hmm. Yeah, that's why I was never mad at him because as much as they were like, you know, wanting him to be quiet and shit, it's like, no, man, like y'all need to do your damn job. And if maybe
mm-hmm,
you would be doing your damn job or making these parents feel like you're doing your damn job, then they wouldn't be feeling that what they're feeling, and he wouldn't be saying the shit that he's saying because I I feel like what he was saying was progressing the investigation instead of
mm-hmm,
hindering it, in my opinion. Because I them get on their feet even more, like with him calling them out about certain things, I feel like that made them buck up. Like, come on, you need to
yeah,
get something going.
yeah. And Devil Doll said the cops phoned Karen, that's Maddie's mom, the morning of the murders, and Christy never, knew knew why. And then Maddie's mom went to the crime scene the morning of the murders. Yeah, that's right. On that documentary that Chronicles of Olivia did,
Yeah,
they said by the time the police told them at like what 4:30 in the afternoon, um, they realized that Maddie's mom was still on the road driving there, and she was going to get there, like basically drive into the bad news or whatever. Because of
Oh
course they didn't know
wow.
what she was going to, to find out, when she got
Aw.
there. And yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that had to be. I can't
Yes.
imagine. I don't know what I would do.
Hmm, hmm. Jesse, new rule for me. I gotta have at least a bottle of wine before I go on panel.
Oh shit.
Oh God, that was like the week before last, or maybe it was just last. No, I think it was the week before last. I had had a little nice lunch with a friend, and then I came back and I was on Dago's panel, and thank God I had muted the
Uh,
button because I fell asleep.
oh shit.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
shit.
but I woke up before the panel was over.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah.
What's up, everybody? Damn, a bottle. I don't, man, I can't imagine drinking a whole bottle.
Oh, Joanne remembers.
Feeling
Oh, I mean, a
good.
bottle of wine is like what, 3.5 glasses, 4 glasses, or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't really
Where's
drink,
your
so
tolerance, man? Oh,
I don't really
okay.
drink. I mean, well, because like I've always been this way. I could drink like a fish, man. I
Mm-hmm.
really can. Like, and I can just keep drinking and drinking and drinking, and I don't know. I just, as time goes on, I just have less and less and less.
Mm,
I don't know.
same.
I kind of lose interest in the buzz anymore. Now, if I'm going out or something, I love having drinks because like social or whatever. But
Oh yeah, yeah.
uh, just
I am
so
pretty,
my tolerance isn't.
yeah, pretty much social drinker. But yeah.
Yeah,
Is there anything that anybody wanted to talk about, or whatever?
yeah,
What
yeah.
was
And
up?
anybody, you guys are welcome to hop
Somebody
up.
else want to hop up?
Yeah, you're more than welcome. I'm just sitting here chilling. I got about probably about another hour and a half or two before I stop. Something about like that.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, the link to the panels up there in the pinned message.
I'm trying to think
Uh,
what else has been going on.
I know I when we're talking documents. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It drove me nuts. The one I don't what was it? 23 pages, and most of it was talking about the history of
Oh, the
Idaho and
old
shit.
old case from the
Yeah, I'm
1600s or
like, what
whatever.
the hell? Yeah, it kept the
Yeah.
1800s, King
Mm-hmm.
George, and all this stuff. I'm like, what the
Mm-hmm.
hell?
Mm.
Just basically laying out what the grand jury was there for, and innocent until proven guilty, processes and all that. I can't imagine being a judge and having to sit there and read all that when it's like, yeah, I'm already supposed to know this stuff, but I get you got to put it in there to be technical, but
Oh yeah.
I had
Uh,
never seen that in a document before.
well, I mean, honestly, going that far back is kind of a reach, you know.
I
Um,
never understood. I was like, what the heck?
I didn't quite finish all of the lawyer you know's video on it. But early on, he was just kind of like, yeah, I don't think this is gonna
It
fly.
had to be boring. Yeah.
Oh, it was very boring. Um, poor
I
guy.
never, I've never seen it in another document before. What did he say when he was going through it? Because after a little
Um,
bit of it, I'm like, all right, I'm skimming through this because I'm not reading
yeah.
this shit out loud.
Yeah, he kind of skipped over some parts, but at the very, very
Yeah.
beginning, he said that, obviously he's in Florida, and he said he's never seen, I guess, like this type of a reference to the law, and
Yeah.
whatnot, because he said that
Right.
they don't have that in Florida, and so that, Idaho must do something different. And I guess as we've seen from some of the other cases that Idaho, like big cases like the Vallow Daybell case and whatnot in Idaho, like they
Mhm.
do seem to do things differently,
Yeah,
there.
they do.
So
They do. It's
yeah. And
yeah.
the way that they started the document out, it sounded like they were basically trying to say if the prosecution was going to do the grand jury, they needed to have explained to the grand jury panel that they had to have, I think, gone beyond a reasonable doubt, or they had to have proven
A
beyond a
reasonable doubt.
reasonable
Yeah.
doubt, and then they couldn't have indicted him
Yeah.
unless that or whatever. But
Yeah.
and then they start, referencing all these like ancient cases and whatnot, and I think they even mentioned something about England way back when or whatever. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Like
um,
King George or some shit. It was.
yeah.
It was like, what the hell?
Oh, Keister. Payne is
Yeah. She had a
incredibly
good comment about
shady.
pain. Yeah.
He lied more
Yeah.
than once on body cam and has left too many deceptive omissions in the PCA. Yeah.
Right. And why was he writing the PCA as well?
Right, and then also, why was he even the one who was head of the investigation? That comment was
Right.
made earlier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
What's up, everybody?
uh, there is something else. What is this? Oh, okay. Dude could have been more direct and explained what his point was in a paragraph and use current precedents for reference. However, if the judge understands it the way I do, he'll grant it. You think so? Wow, okay. I guess we'll see. So and I think
Wow.
this is what's going to be, is this what's going to be discussed on the 18th of August?
I believe so. Because I believe so. I think that and there was something about, I believe they're going to take questions too, because with the wording, um, oral argument as well
Mm-hmm.
was
Yeah.
included in that. So I think that it's going to be like offer information, answer question type.
What I got from a lawyer, is that they were trying to question whether or not the the instructions were specific enough or whatever, were like explained, you know, to the letter to the grand jury. And I
The
think
what?
that's why. And if not, so okay, in a regular court case, after they presented the case and whatnot, before they dismiss the jury to deliberate, they read out the instructions and remind them of what the charges are and everything,
Right.
and say you can find for this but not this or whatever. They
Yeah.
give really really specific jury instructions. So from
Right.
what it sounded like is that Ann Taylor, I think she wrote the document, or maybe one of the other attorneys. So whoever it was on the defense that wrote it, basically was saying they had to have phrased it exactly like this, so that the grand jury would have gotten the exact, you know, explanation or definition of what they were supposed to do, criteria of
Yeah.
what they were supposed to do. And if it wasn't explained to them like that, then this whole thing should be thrown out. So, but
Really?
I didn't finish his panel, but that's what it sounded
Huh.
like he was saying, kind of
I mean,
towards
it's
the.
true though. I mean, if they're not given the boundaries for the specifics,
Hmm.
that means that they could easily grant something without knowing the boundaries of what the criteria is. Damn straight.
Hmm.
I wonder. That's okay. So maybe she read, because they got the transcripts.
Hmm.
So I
Like they just
wonder
got
if
those,
she
I guess, not
read.
too long ago. Hmm.
Yeah. So she had to have read the transcripts.
Hmm.
And did they get the audio or was it just a transcript? Do you
I
know
don't
that?
know. Does anybody know that in chat? Apparently, Payne lied about his college football career to some frat guy at Jack D's house. No reason for it, just petty. It says a lot about his integrity. Yeah. I don't know. And nobody. Does anybody know if they got transcripts or audio too for
I
the
know they
grand
got the
jury?
I know they got the transcripts. I'm not sure about the audio, but uh, she would have had to have read the transcripts, and then that's where
Hmm.
she's coming with that.
I think she
Um,
spotted something. You know what I mean? Like if she read the transcripts, I think she
yeah,
spotted something and was like, "Wait a minute. They didn't do this properly." So
right.
that invalidates the
Technicality.
whole thing. Um
Yeah,
yeah.
because what if they granted something based off of something that wasn't in the particular criteria? And I could definitely see with, how it all went down, number one, and then how shady everything's been going. I could definitely see them pulling some shit like that where they're not
Mhm.
gonna tell or explain the criteria, so they would get an easier pass through when it comes
Mhm.
to everything they've been doing. I definitely could see that taking place. Now, would they be that stupid? Gosh,
Well,
I
they've
would
kind of
hope
been
not.
stupid,
I would
off and
hope
on
not.
this whole time. I don't they're playing games. And it's like half the time that all this stuff has been going on, I'm not sure if it's a game between Ellie, like Ellie is dragging their feet, giving something to the prosecution, or if it's the prosecution playing games, or if they're in it together. Um, but let me see, what was it? There was something I was gonna scroll back to say.
I think that for sure. I think they did shit that they've always done the way they've always done it. They didn't anticipate YouTube and all of
Mm,
us
this kind
digging
of
into
spotlight
it,
on it.
and now that they were used to doing what they were doing with limited shit, now we kind of are holding them up to the fire, and they can't it's almost like they're scrambling because they're
Hmm.
like, shit, we've been bluffing this whole time in this poker
Hmm.
game with all these different matches, and everybody's been thinking we've had these cards, and now
Right.
we're being forced to show them, and shit, we just have a pair of eights or something. We don't have that full house we've been bluffing with.
Hmm.
But I'm not Billy, and I'm not talking to Billy at the water cooler, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Oh gosh. What is this? Oh, you guys are talking about a 19-year-old who had a baby in a hospital?
What? I mean, that's
Oh,
where they're
I think
supposed
that's
to have
the
them, right?
no, I think they're talking about the girl who put the baby in the trash bin or something or whatever.
Oh
I think she
man,
didn't she get sentenced already?
that's crazy. There's
I
so
don't
many
remember
people
what it
that want to
was, but
adopt.
yeah.
You know,
Hmm. No, I haven't been following that one. Okay,
Santa
so
Claus.
uh Wakinian, I think that's how that's pronounced, says by appearance, it looks like Ellie and the prosecution have been in agreement with one another from the beginning. Santa Claus wants to go out with a bang.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I I don't know. He doesn't. The weird thing with him is like when we were watching that first press conference
Mhm.
when BK was arrested, and the whole time in the beginning and up until they start taking questions, he's looking confident, straight ahead, looking at everybody in the attendance. And then when they start asking questions, Fry starts opening it up to the public. Then all of a sudden, he doesn't want to look up. He's looking down off to the side.
Oh,
He
you're talking
doesn't
about the
say
other guy.
anything. Oh, the Bill Thompson?
Was Bill Thompson at that first press conference? Oh, I don't
Yeah, the
remember that.
prosecutor.
He was at the first press conference.
Yeah, yeah. They
I
had
don't. Oh, okay.
Chief Fry, Bill Thompson,
Who was the other guy that Lanier?
ISP,
Yes, Lanier retired.
and they had the university president there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, he's Bill Thompson. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. Somebody came in chat a few days ago and said the reason that the defense doesn't have a lot of the stuff as and the reason that the prosecution looks like they're not prepared is because they don't have all this stuff
How it's been 9 months? How do they not have
because
it?
of a bigger because of a bigger investigation.
Okay.
And so they're basically saying because of a bigger investigation, that's
So
why
they're
they
trying to
don't have everything.
so
Yeah.
they're trying to get stuff from, like, say, a federal agency that's
Another
investigating.
agency, another
Mm-hmm.
agency, and the other agency is being, uh, you know, tight with their stuff and
Mm-hmm.
only giving out. I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting thought
Yeah.
because you would think that with how high profile this case is and how many victims there were, just the whole thing, you would think that they would be given a hell of a lot more effort than what it appears they have been given for
I
this
think
last year.
I think yeah, like I agree with you. But I think that they've got too much going on and too much to hide here and there. You know what I mean? To
Oh
really
yeah,
give it, their all.
too busy covering up the BS.
Yeah. Oh,
But
so Joanne said the FBI has never shown their work for anything. Yeah, the
uh-uh,
fact that they haven't even said anything. I
yeah,
said this the other night, and I hate to say this, but I almost feel like this case is going to end up like the Kylie Rodney case. I almost think that Brian, they're going to end up throwing this out or whatever, or messing it up. And, if he did do it, whatever, like, I think he might get acquitted, if he goes to trial or it gets thrown out. And then if they don't get somebody, for this in this first go round, I don't think they're going to put any kind of energy into it, afterwards. And then it's just going to be one of these, oh, the case is still open. Just like the Kylie Rodney case.
yeah, just one of those open.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting that that the other agency hasn't came out and said anything.
Super quiet.
And
Mm-hmm.
what's again that first press conference where BK was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to the ISP officer and what he says about the support for the
What was it?
agency's help.
Uh,
I
well,
wish I
he
could
was just
play
kind
it.
of like, didn't he just say, oh, we're here in any capacity that they need us or whatever, and just kind of like pass that buck?
No,
Is that what you're talking about?
he gave a special shout out to a certain agent.
Oh, I missed
The
that,
I
I guess.
Yeah, the ISP officer. You'll see Fry come up,
Mm-hmm.
then Bill Thompson. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Fry will come up, then Bill Thompson, then the ISP officer hops up before the president of the university hops up, and then
Mm-hmm.
Fry. So when the ISP officer hops up,
Mm-hmm.
he has a special shout out to a specific agent.
Who was it? Do you remember?
I can't remember the exact name. It's something.
Does anybody in here remember?
Uh, I can't remember the exact name.
Oh, Joanne is saying he said we will fit the pieces together where we need to
Yeah,
fit them, and to BK.
yeah, the tips. Yeah, the tips.
The tips that apparently they don't even have like
Yeah,
sorted or, yeah, arranged or anything. They're just kind of like
yeah,
here and there. Didn't they say they had like 19,000 tips or
yeah.
whatever at one point, and they don't
19,600
have a
and some.
spreadsheet?
But in that same press conference, also a reporter had asked him, if there was any other people that they were looking for.
Mhm.
And listen to what he says about that too. He doesn't say no,
Mhm.
and then he ends it with, I've been telling everybody, stay focused,
Mhm.
like basically telling them to still be safe. And it was kind of telling because I'm like, dude, you hopped on both sides of the fence with that. You didn't even say no,
Right.
that there wasn't anybody else out there. And then you ended it by telling everybody, okay, I've been telling you guys for a while, basically, you need to be safe and watch over your back.
I need to watch all of those by myself
Yeah.
and take some notes because I tried to watch them
It,
on stream, but I was, typing in the chat and I didn't pay attention to all of it. But
hmm
let me see, I
There's so
missed some
much in that
comments here
BK
too.
arrest press conference.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
There's so much in it, and there's a lot of people in that one too. You got a lot of the major people in there.
Here, well, let me.
I just came across it on accident because we were looking up the PCA read through, and I thought that was the PCA read through, and then we just ended up watching the press conference again, and I was just like, "Whoa, this is pretty interesting."
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So there have been lots of comments here. Nosy Cat says, I think they are stuck because certain wealthy people have been running that town for a long time, and
Yep,
if their kids are involved in any way, dot,
yep,
dot, dot.
yep.
I think so too.
Brush it under the rug as well.
hmm Which is the same thing that happened, I think, happened in Kylie Rodney case. I think,
Yeah.
they knew what happened and yeah, they didn't want to ruin somebody else's life or whatever. And they just swept it under the rug. Let's see. Oh, and Keister says, someone said not long ago, if you listen again to Mabbitt's interview, oh, good old loose lips Mabbit. Oh, yeah, that woman. With
Uh,
everything we know, now everything, she said, is exactly opposite. I haven't done it yet, but I plan to tomorrow. Yeah, Mabbit, yeah, she just, she said they were sleeping. What else? What all did she say? She
Mabbit.
Yeah, the coroner.
Oh, the
Remember the one that
coroner.
was like, it
Yeah.
was it was a bloody crime
She
scene. It was sad. What
all
else did
sorts
she
of
say?
different stuff.
I
Yeah,
think,
she
didn't she
was,
say
and
gouges? Wasn't she the one that said gouges?
uh
'Cause she did say something
punctures
about some of the
or
wounds. Mm-hmm.
yeah, she there was different interviews where she used descriptive words. And
Mm-hmm.
it's weird though too because she almost seems uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
She did say that she was there. She in one interview she did say that she's been there's been two other cases that have been similar that she's had
Right.
experience in
Mm-hmm.
since she's been the coroner.
But
Uh,
not that bad, I'm sure.
right, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then when she definitely looks uncomfortable. Not
She
whenever she
does.
is doing the interviews. She doesn't have direct eye contact a lot. It's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
looking off to the down or mostly down when she is looking away and not having eye contact.
She
Um,
kind of had some interesting hand movements too. You
yeah,
noticed she was like clenching her fingers and
yeah,
moving her fingers a lot. Yeah.
yeah.
So she was
Putting her
very
hands
uncomfortable.
together. Yeah,
Mhm.
not a lot of eye contact though, and usually that's a sign for me anyway. Is
Mhm.
either you're not confident in your words or there's reasons why you're trying to avoid the eye contact, but there are
Right.
some people that don't aren't
That's
comfortable
true.
social.
Let's see. Right. Bill Thompson does depend on the investigators for evidence. True. Mm.
That is true.
Did they say that they got the cast data in these 23 pages or in something that they just released in the past couple of days? So I thought that they had maybe just received it. I'm not sure if that's what I
I
heard.
don't know. I'm trying to think, and I thought I remember something about the cast data, but I don't know if it was documents or a show.
Oh, wow. Uh, this is interesting.
Alive.
Nosy Cat said there was a person arrested for kitty, in Moscow recently, and Kathy Mabbitt is their defense attorney. I didn't even know she was an attorney. Did you guys know?
Yeah,
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 she's got like, I don't know, several
yeah.
different hats in that town.
Yeah, there was somebody that unalived. This was before somebody unalived somebody, and she was the one that was the coroner for the case, and she defended the person
Hmm. Wow,
that she
that's
did the. Yeah, that
how
she
did
was
that
a
even
coroner of
happen?
the victim. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, and then but this is what's crazy is when back when the case first happened,
Mm-hmm.
uh, there was somebody that had reached out to one of the lawyers in the county
Mm-hmm.
and was talking to him about conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Well, what's the conflict of interest?" And we're all sitting there like, "What? Are you serious?" And he was like,
Wow.
"When when somebody can tell me what the conflict of interest is, then I'll definitely take a look at it." But he goes, "From what you're telling me right now, I don't see how there's a conflict of interest." And I'm
That's
just like,
nuts.
"Damn, maybe that's how shit runs up there."
Mm-hmm. Must be. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
she defended.
let's see. Oh, Devil Doll says he says there were other people home at time of murders, not just the housemates. Yeah, he did make a weird comment. It said something about any others in the home or something like that. And I was like, was he talking about multiple murderers? Like, who else was he talking
Hmm.
about? Yeah, that they were just really squirrely. And so I did notice a couple of things in the first press conference when we went back and watched it. Like I said, I was trying to watch for the questions that he hesitated answering, because everything,
Yeah.
was like, oh, yes, no, blah, blah, blah. But they asked him about, did the killer go downstairs or whatever, or to the first floor? And he paused, and I think he ended up saying, because there were a couple questions that he had like a strong response to it. He said, that's something that I'm not going to answer. It's a part of the
Yeah.
investigation or something. The investigation is still going ongoing, blah blah blah. And I was like, oh well, dude, you just answered it. So, because some other things I've seen online have basically said that that front door was open and they think, the person went out the front door. And so, and you remember, I don't know if I've told you my theory on this, but do you remember how at the very beginning they said that they knew it was targeted, right? And
Hmm.
and it's like, well, how do you know it's targeted? Oh, you're going to have to take our word for it, that we
Right.
know it's targeted. I always thought that something was written on a wall or something. Something was written there in the house by the, person, murderer, whatever you want to say.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
that's what I always thought. And I think somebody also mentioned that some reporter, I don't know if it was like a News Nation, or something, was, I don't know, taking photos inside or whatever from the outside, and
Yeah.
actually had a photo of something, but maybe they weren't allowed to use it or whatever. But that somebody in mainstream media or whatever saw something through the windows. So I don't know how true it is,
Really?
but I
Well,
just, because I was
huh.
like, yeah, how would you know? That something, really. I mean,
Yeah, what window would that have been? Because I know the windows from the parking lot, but you would be talking if there was a window that they.
well, the whole glass sliding door, um,
I don't think anybody was allowed
shows.
up there, were they? way back up there? They had to look from the
They've got
trees.
photos of, because everybody kept asking about the stools, the bar stools. And that was, you could see those through the sliding door. So somebody
Oh
took some
yeah,
pictures back there. And then remember when we watched that girl,
yeah, but
what is it, True Crime with Shane? She had some footage that somebody had taken from the living room window on the other side of the house or whatever. Remember where we saw the tech squat and step over something and then like
yeah, but I don't
squat
remember.
down again?
So what? Like they had written something in the living room wall?
I think that there's something. I think that something was probably written in the house because it's like you think about it, they did keep asking them, because they said targeted, oh, is, the house, somebody in the house, like, what do you mean targeted, And they came back with their answer or whatever. And then, somebody like finally asked, well, how do you know, like, because they kept asking.
Right.
And then, he literally said, you're going to have to take our word for it. Okay? Like almost verbatim. He said, you're going to have to take our word for it, or you're going to have to believe us, when we say that we know it was targeted, and, that's all you're basically going to get. You're going to have to, I think he
Mm.
said, you're going to have to trust us, is what I think he said.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
And, that we know. So when you say that to me, it's like, what if, and I know I hate to, bring up a movie or whatever, but you know how you've seen scenes in a movie and somebody wrote like, bitch and blood or
Yeah.
something like that or
Right.
whatever? Like, what if something like that, was left somewhere, like in one of the bedrooms or
Well,
whatever? Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. What Kenyon said, I
I
think
mean,
someone signed their work. Oh, and used the
there
initials
were.
BK. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
But for it to be targeted, that would have to be. I mean, if you have multiple women there, I mean, I
mm-hmm.
guess that could be a target in itself, just as if you had a word that
Right.
referred, then I could.
Right. Hmm.
But as
Or,
in,
and they said there were no,
but
SAs, so like, okay. Um, it's like we didn't know,
why would they release that? Yeah.
I don't
Why would
know.
they? That's what I'm wondering. If it was just like like a word that you said, and then it
Hmm.
referring to females, then I don't know why they would say the word targeted if it was referred to multiple females. Like I would see them using targeted as in one person
Right,
or
and they
two.
wouldn't answer the question if it was the house or somebody in the
Right.
house, remember? And then, what do you call it? Oh, shoot. I'm trying to think. I just lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Very good.
It's 6:26 in the morning for me.
I know the sun's starting to come up here.
Oh, it's still dark here, but yeah. Um,
It's still kind of dark. It's peeking
actually,
through.
yeah, I was gonna say, let me look out. Oh, wow, that's
The
weird
sun
because
ain't
it's
it ain't cracked yet, but it's gonna be.
it's lighter for you than it is for me. Um,
Is it?
mm-hmm. Yeah. What was I gonna say? I just totally lost my train of thought. Oh, I know what it was. Waffling. They so right, they said it, that it was targeted, and then they waffled. They kind of kept going back and forth. Like the next
Yeah.
day they would be like, "No, it wasn't targeted,"
Yeah.
you don't have anything to worry about or whatever. And then it's like the next day they, I think whoever said it, was it Fry? I guess it said it first or whatever. I think they said it and like didn't mean to say it, and then it's like, oh shoot, once you put it out there, then everybody,
Yeah.
kind of
You gotta
like glommed
backtrack it.
on it, and it's like, well, how do you know? What do you mean? Give us some details,
Yeah.
So yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be very curious to see if there's something there. Yeah. Oh, let me go back up in the comments. Oh, yeah. Joaquinian also said, word is out on Twitter that the account belonging to Papa Roger has been reactivated and it's a chick. So, yeah, I'm in that Facebook group,
Huh?
that that person was in, and when it was still active, like, because they kicked that person out
Yeah.
like a little while before he got arrested. And so he
Right.
was still, whoever it was still active and whatnot. But when you clicked on the profile, it did say it was a female and it said something. I want to say it said something about they were somewhere in the Midwest, like maybe Indiana or something. And there was some sort of, I don't know, association or something that they were like interested in or whatever. It made it seem like it was somebody older or whatever, but
Yeah. Like a history buff or something.
something, yeah. And but the thing is, the way that that person was interacting with people in that chat in the group
Was
was
creepy.
it was very creepy. And
Very.
like, I don't know, the person was just talking like they knew things,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
arguing with people when they weren't
Yeah.
guessing something or answering something
Snapping.
correctly. Mm-hmm.
Snapping. Yeah, it always was creepy. A f-
Yeah. Oh,
huh?
you
But it,
saw the chat?
oh yeah, I read through it. I did a. I that's the one episode I can't find, and I don't know why I can't find it.
Mm-hmm.
The Papa Roger live read through that I did.
Mm-hmm.
Can't find it.
Yeah, because after they arrested him and then everybody was like going back and looking, somebody did do screenshots of like every post and like
Yeah.
posted them. That's why I wish I could like actually jump straight down to a certain, date on
Uh
Facebook
huh.
again like you used to be able to. But yeah, unless somebody knows how to do that still now, I don't know. Because I'm sitting there trying to do it, and you just are scrolling for days. It seems like trying to get back to it.
Yep.
Oh,
Especially with those groups.
Nosy said I always thought Papa was FBI fishing for info on there. I don't know the way that did you see the post? Because this is the
Yeah.
thing they were talking
It's
about. Um,
description.
hmm they were also some people were talking about the fact that the way that this person was asking the questions was kind of like the Socratic method of teaching. It's like it's supposed to make you think, the way that the questions are written.
Interesting.
It's
Yeah.
like, well, what do you think?
Yeah.
This person felt when they walked in. What do you think was the reason, these people were chosen or whatever? It's supposed to provoke thought,
Right.
and then if somebody just gave some brief answer or whatever, or some joke troll answer, this person was kind of like idiot, and then but somebody had something
Uh
that
huh.
was thought out, and then they were like, oh yeah, go on, or whatever, like, so
Yeah.
it's
He.
just it reminded me of a TA. That's what people were saying, that's
Yeah.
why they thought it was him, that and the
Yeah.
fact that the questions were written the same way that survey on what was it Reddit
Yeah.
for his
Yeah.
masters. hmm they were almost identical, you know.
Yeah. That the Papa Rogers definitely wanted to let people know that they were smarter than them.
hmm
For sure.
Oh
Like
yeah,
know it all, smarter. You
right.
know. It was creepy. It is odd though. If it, you almost did think that, I kind of see where they're coming from, thinking that it could have been some kind of agency or LE or something, because they did know. It seemed like they did know a lot,
hmm
and then the sheath was the big thing for me. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
that's when I
But
was like,
did you notice though when the sheath was mentioned, like whoever it was said, oh, that it was mentioned after it was brought out after the autopsies or something like that. They basically said that it was out there in the public, but it
"Oh, it
wasn't.
was." I didn't think
Yeah,
it
the way
was
that
when
they
that came
posed
out.
it, it wasn't. We
Right?
didn't find out about the
Yeah,
sheath until way later. But then, so
yeah, the
people said,
PCA.
Yeah, people said, oh, the person could have guessed because, if they were, said
Nah,
K-bar knife at the very beginning, well, how would they know that specific brand that maybe they must have, found the sheath? Well, yeah, that makes sense for, like to come to that conclusion, but then to also say, oh, but I know about it because it was
right.
released, I think after the
Yeah,
autopsies or something like that, and that actually wasn't true and hadn't happened, and everybody would have known that. You know what I mean? Like
yep.
people that were really paying attention to it. So, yeah, that's why I was like, I don't think that that was law enforcement, you know?
Yeah, it could have been one of them things where you throw and see if it sticks too, but it was
Hmm.
a damn good one because I remember reading the PCA and I'm sitting there and I'm like, damn, like that's what made when the PCA came out. That's what really made me think about Papa Roger again
Hmm.
for sure.
Um, Yeah, so Wakinian says the questionnaire on Reddit is a standard assignment for criminology students. Yeah, I
I've
realize
heard
that.
that. Hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't think anything, odd about the fact that he was doing it and whatnot, but it's just the style that the
Right,
questions were written in and the
the
way that this
wording.
person posted was like the same.
Yeah, I do. I did remember hearing that it was a standard questionnaire or something for an agency.
Right, and the sheath wasn't even entered into evidence until a couple of days before his arrest. Right, and this I don't even remember it. This the mention of it on Facebook was way before that.
Yep.
R3M3 says, "Damn, you still going?"
Yeah. Shit, I got. Let me see, probably 9 hours or something. Still, and that's without stopping for gas. Shit, I probably need to stop for some soon. Actually,
Oh, yeah. At
I
least
didn't
there's not
even
a whole
think.
bunch of traffic out for you.
No, that's what's nice about driving overnight. But I didn't get to leave as early as I wanted. But
Hmm.
yeah, it'll start to get busy. That's for sure. In about an hour, it'll start getting busy. I'm just hoping to get through the big city coming up here in a few. I probably should stop and get gas before I get into the city.
Hmm.
So I
I'm
probably will
trying to
do that in a
think.
few moments.
Is it true that Mark Furman is in the background of this case? In spirit only, I guess. The spirit of screwing up the case. Yeah.
Oh, that's who you think about, when
No,
some shit like
totally.
this.
Mm-hmm.
You think of Mark Furman, especially with the
Yeah.
shit in the beginning. And I even think in the very beginning of when this case happened, wasn't he on a news station talking about this case for a little
Oh
bit?
God, I hope not.
Right in the very beginning, and then you haven't seen nothing from him? I think he was.
Oh no, he needs to go crawl back in whatever hole he surfaced from.
What
Yeah.
he was a guest on some news show.
Oh, are you serious? Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think what else has been going on. Oh, they're talking about Emma and Demetrius. They got off in May for what
Yeah,
happened to Caden, and I mean, completely off. They made a great deal with Ellie for that, in my opinion. I wonder what they told. Yeah, that's for
that
Nosy
too.
Cat. That's, yeah.
Yeah, because right before excuse me, right before all that took place, they were facing some major jail time,
Yep.
like major, and then all of a sudden nothing. It's like what?
Oh, Keister. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. Mm. What did Caden know about this case? Um, well, I mean the whole pharmaceutical question, or connection. Um, yeah, I don't know what he knew. Uh, didn't they say he was a frat guy and was he former president of a frat or something?
I've heard that name.
I think
I'm
he's Dave's WSU Dave's friend. Remember, that's the reason.
something.
He's the reason why Dave, came out. Yeah, okay, he was president of a frat. So, and he liked his extracurricular activities, so shall we say. And so he was in that little group. Um, you never know. And if he was in the frat, I wonder which one. Was it Sigma Chi?
I
He was a
think so.
journalism major. Yeah.
Sorry about all the beeping.
Oh no, that's okay.
Just give me about 5 or so minutes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some gas real quick,
Okay.
and then I will hop right back on. I'll be right
You
back.
leaving this up?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it up. I'm just
Okay,
gonna
cool.
pump some gas real quick, and then I'll be back on the road.
Alrighty. So yeah,
Thank you.
a journalism major liked to party, shall we say? And in that frat, president of the frat. I'm thinking he was in Sigma Chi or whatever. Oh, not Sigma Chi. But the frats probably, talk between them, don't you think? I'm wondering. Oh, okay. He was in the frat that owned the Sigma Chi house the year prior. Sigma Chi bought their house last year. Oh, sweet. Hmm. I wonder, did he know something? Are you guys thinking that maybe something happened to him? Like his situation might have been deliberate? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, and Ethan knew something. Yeah. You guys saw have you guys seen that Neeks Peaks video about the bus in North Carolina? Like I don't know, three universities there? Yeah, and then they were saying they were getting their goodies from California and whatnot, and apparently there's some sort of a connection to Moscow, and you probably could go ahead and throw WSU in there too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those rug rings. Yep. Yeah. This whole case is so shady because there's so many different things going on. There are the rugs. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then there are, if you've been looking at Truth and Transparency, the sugar babies and the connection to the 1122 house. Did you guys see that? Oh, yeah, totally. Like an octopus, tentacles and everything. 'Cause what was it? She was talking, yeah, OnlyFans. The site was seeking.com. Oh, so here's the thing. Actually, I should probably wait so CJ can hear this too, because this was something that I was looking into on that Friday night marathon session of like looking back at some stuff. I did find some stuff. What's her name? That girl Peyton, whatever her last name is, that TNT was talking about when she was talking about the sugar babies. Yeah, I found out some. Yeah, I was kind of like, she's interesting. I don't know. I really do hope that they have a trial, and then maybe we can learn some actual facts from this case, because there's so many different things. Like, so you got the rugs and the sugar babies, OnlyFans. What else? You've got the stuff with the frats. You've possibly got, cartels. You've got money laundering. I mean, shoot, What else? Have I forgotten something? Um, how do I say this? You've got incidents. Yes, like Kopaka. Yes, thank you. You've got the incidents like Kopaka, Caden, uh, Hannah, the ex roommate. Um, which actually, maybe, does somebody in here know if she lived in that house or if she lived in another apartment with Maddie? Um, you've got, what else is going on? Oh, the other guy, I think his name was Hudson, the one who drowned, like, in the creek or whatever, but not really in the creek or something like that. And like, an inch of water or something crazy like that. Right. Real estate, all these LLCs. That's, I think, like, again, another money laundering type thing. Sam Martinez. Yeah. There's like, around this whole area and this case. It's crazy. Yeah, yeah, Hudson Lindau. Um, there's so much stuff, and it's just like, Jesus. I kind of now see what WSU Kim was talking about parallel crimes or whatever. Last week, what happened? Another kid died last week? How? Oh, Windows. Oh, really? Wow. No, I didn't know that. Was the one last week the window falling out of the window too? Oh, he had graduated from U of I already. The girls were harassed. Oh, the noise complaints. I heard that those noise complaints were legitimate. Like they found the lady who kept calling on them, but I don't know how true that is. Apparently, some of their logs are missing, or they don't like to write reports when they step out to do those kind of calls, or I don't know, some various things. They don't like paperwork, apparently, or a paper trail. Oh, let me look that up. Jason Gray. I see an obituary. Oh, he was from Cincinnati. July 10th at his home. There's no news story? Mm. Oh, wow. Let me see. I tell you, this place isn't big on reporting much of anything that happens in their little town. You would think something like that would have a story about it or whatever. A task force, yep. Yep. Oh, I forgot about the trafficking. The other kind of sexy trafficking. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the flushing situation. I thought about that also Friday night. And you know what? I was thinking about when you have people in those sorts of rings or whatever, you have these people that are like different tiers or whatever. Like, I'm trying to think who, like, would somebody in that house have been at that level? And, rumors and whatnot. But I heard, I think it was like 200,000, like 250K, something in the six-figure range. And I was like, would somebody in that house, like one of these girls or whatever, really have been like entrusted with six figures worth of stuff, you know? Like that kind of, I don't know, because I don't know that much about that aspect of life, shall we say.
It is a good question.
you know? Yeah, because
Yeah, like
they just mentioned the all the trafficking and I said sexy trafficking. Is that okay?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the flushing.
Oh yeah, yeah. And thank you, by the way, for doing that. I appreciate that.
Hmm.
And anybody that's hopping in, what's up? Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from because like that's kind of like I have heard a lot of that stuff a few months ago,
Hmm.
and I haven't really like paid it too much, just because of how you feel about it. I feel the same way.
Hmm.
Um, I not saying it couldn't, but it, I have a hard time seeing how you see the figure 250 a lot and things
Hmm.
like that, and I'm just like, I don't know. I,
Because
I don't
my
I don't see
question,
it that much.
right, and but my question is, I don't know about prices or whatever, you know. I mean, I know things like the green is it's cheaper, you know, and whatnot. And then if you get into your like baby powders, or
Yeah,
whatever, you're getting higher, and that's like maybe mixed with stuff, and but what do you call it? I just was kind of like wanting to know, could somebody like tell me 250K worth of stuff, like, what kind of
yeah.
prices would, like, how much volume is that? Is it that
It
something
depends.
goes for like 100 a pop, and then because I was trying to get an idea of what kind of volume that is, you know?
It all depends on what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Really. Now I've heard a lot of E and
Mm-hmm.
M
Mm-hmm.
where the substance of choice around
Mm-hmm.
there,
Yeah,
if you
that
know.
that makes sense.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and when you're talking about those, I mean,
Oh,
with what
she
the
just said something.
scene, with what comes along with that scene, and how often it would be, uh, used, it would have to be a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But then I could see a lot being sold as well because of the scene.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, anybody is more than welcome to hop up. The links in the top, and then it'll just give me a little thing, and then I can add you. Now I don't know if I'm going to be going through some mountains and stuff here soon in about a half hour or 40 minutes or something. So I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what the signal will be like. So it might drop me out or something. So,
Oh,
but
yeah.
if that does happen, I can always just if it does happen or whatever, you're more than welcome to stay on if you want, or if not, I can always just just to give everybody a heads up. If I do drop out, it's just because I'm getting into areas with spotty cell or whatever. Um,
Yeah.
but I'll come back on if that takes place, and I can try and fight to get a connection or whatever if it does happen. But if I'm not able to, even if it just leaves it up there as a live, nothing but background music, it's totally
Mm-hmm.
fine. I don't expect anybody to, you know, hang out if that's not just something new that I'm trying.
Oh, that was supposed to have been good morning, D. Smith. Um,
Yeah.
oh, about the
Good morning.
volume or whatever too. Um,
Yeah.
I did just have a quick thought. The only other way that I could see that six figures would have been in that house with, like I said, I'm thinking whoever might have, been dealing with it. Um, you know, uh, they may have had like a connection, like say a parent, you know, or somebody else who could like vouch for that amount. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, you
Yeah,
give it to your child because you trust that they're not gonna, mess with it or whatever. So because some
I
of
could see
these
that.
parents, have some, or parent or boyfriend's parents in Dylan's case, have like, rumored, you know, connections. Yeah. So,
Yeah, but man, but then it's like
oh,
this. If you're gonna commit that, like say that they did do that,
mm-hmm,
and that's the kind of level of response, if you would almost have to think like if a person that is dealing in those amounts
mm-hmm.
is letting inexperienced younger people handle those things, you kind of have to expect that that shit's going to take place
Yeah,
as a
something's gonna
higher
go
up kind
wrong.
of person, and you
Mm-hmm,
almost write it off before you even offer it. You almost write it off because you
mm-hmm,
expect that it's probably going to be a possibility. So I
mm-hmm.
don't see that kind of response being a response to that kind of
Right.
activity.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I'm writing some notes here about the stuff that's being said in chat because you guys are typing things and it's reminding me of
uh,
things. The newest, most recent one was about the lost package in the mail. Did you guys hear about that? UPS
Lost
expensive
packaging.
package, nosy cat. Remember they had a search warrant
Steve.
for UPS. What'd you say about Steve?
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh, sorry, it cut out for a second.
oh, okay, no.
The package that Steve was talking about, or
So, well,
that he
I'm
handed
wondering,
over?
is it the same thing? So, let me scroll back. Who said that? Nosy Cat said lost package in the mail, UPS question mark, expensive package. And then I remembered one, they had a warrant for UPS, but I kind of was thinking that that was about the video surveillance that's on the trucks, and they're all in the area, blah blah blah. But then I think what you're just talking about when you mentioned Steve is, remember they said that the girls couldn't get mail at the house, and so they had to have their mail sent elsewhere, and that law enforcement got permission from the Gonzalez's to get something, I think, or to investigate Kaylee's mail.
Yeah,
There's something they had to sign over something
yeah, because
to.
they had got
Mhm,
some mail that they thought was suspicious
mhm.
and pertained to the case, and so that yeah,
Maybe
they
it
had
was
to
at her
sign it
post
over.
office box or something.
Really? No, I
Yeah,
never heard
so
them say that
those
they
two
couldn't get mail at
things.
the house.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Gosh, we were talking about that
Oh
like a few
wow.
weeks ago, but it wasn't on the stream. But we were talking about the fact that, yeah, nobody got their mail delivered to
Really?
the house.
Well, it makes
Um,
sense with what's being registered for the address.
right. So,
Huh.
there, there was that.
Wow.
And then while you were out getting the gas, somebody had mentioned something about hidden cameras. That they had heard there were hidden cameras, or they were asking were there hidden cameras in the house, and I had heard the same thing, and I think it was on TNT that she was showing photos of the outside of the house and pointing to all the cables. Did you notice all those cables on the side of the house and
Yeah.
whatnot?
Yeah, there was a lot of cables. There was like
Anybody
three
have
or
an
four
idea what
cables,
all
something
those
like
would have
that.
been?
Huh.
And
They're pretty
the
thick
owner of the
too.
house is, yeah, and the owner of the house has his own questionable past, and
Right.
situations. So, oh, and then so the hidden cameras, also cam cables, is what D. Smith is saying. So that also led me back to that girl Peyton
Oh,
that Lana was talking about when she did
yeah.
the Sugar Babies episode and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that girl lived in the house in 1122 back in, I think, 2019. And I
Yeah.
think that was also when she was explaining that they, the weird way that they rent it or whatever, their name didn't exactly come off
Yeah.
the
So
lease.
they like subleased it.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So, but remember this Peyton girl, um, she was, like regular, like person, regular 20 something year old or whatever. And then all of a sudden she starts getting into bodybuilding and, she turned
Right.
into like, Ben is laughing about sugar babies. Yeah. She got into
Yeah.
the bodybuilding thing and she started looking like a miniature Arnold Schwarzenegger back from his,
Yeah.
workout days, his
Yeah.
Mr. Atlas days and everything. And I was like, ugh. But you know what? I went Friday night when I was up. I started looking for her social media, and I started going back and looking at all her photos. I think I was on her Instagram and TikTok and whatnot. But the Instagram, if you start scrolling back, I was looking for the pictures where she wasn't like looking like she's on roids,
Yeah.
and it was like I think March 2020 was when she wasn't. And then and I was like, okay, and I see there was a picture from I want to say May 2020 where she said something like 13 weeks into the start of lifting or something and for competition or whatever. So I was like, okay, so she started sometime early there in 2020. And then like I said, I was talking to somebody else and she reminded me that the comment in the clip that Lana showed was like saying that, you know, um, something happened or whatever. This girl made this change in her life in I think like
Yeah.
a February or whatever. So we were wondering like, what would happen to make a girl that, looked like this, there was nothing wrong with her, she wasn't overweight or whatever, like she didn't need to do all that. So it was like,
Right.
what would make somebody do something like that, And I said, and it's the fact too, because she was a really girly girl too, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
she went to, like I said, looking like, a roid case, And I was like, what would make a female want to do something like that? So we were wondering if maybe something bad happened to her, And then I said, well, I wonder if she did that because she wanted to be physically stronger. To maybe be able to protect herself or whatever. So, this whole Peyton situation, I was like, that's interesting. But and then I kept digging, I kept looking, and there are leaked pictures of her online. And so some of them look like they were taken
Leaked.
inside, yes, leaked pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what kind of her
Oh, okay, okay.
online. Okay.
Okay.
And there are pictures that look like they were taken in like a bathroom, like in a house or whatever, and everything. And then that's what made me start thinking about hidden cameras, right? And then
Oh.
the comment in chat about hidden cameras made me, remember. And so I was like, this girl, was like a normal girl, blah, 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 whatever, girly girl. Then all of a sudden she's doing this and whatnot. And then, so we were wondering if maybe these leaked pictures happened and then she did what she did with the whole, weightlifting and all that.
Physical thing.
hmm But then where I'm
Hmm.
going with this for the hidden cameras are that, if there are hidden cameras in that house, okay, is it possible that, I don't know, Maddie, Kaylee, somebody else, has also maybe been, I don't know, extorted or blackmailed, you know, over the pictures,
Hmm.
you know? So, I don't know. I just was thinking that
Man.
there's something, there's like I said, there's a lot of questionable stuff that has to do with this area. So, yeah.
Oh, for
But like I
sure.
said, that girl definitely has. The site was like leaked, whatever, blah, 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 or whatever. So, yeah.
Huh.
And yeah. So, let me see here.
Wow. Yeah, I never really, and I know that she went offline for a good chunk of time too.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember
Uh,
when?
no, it was like I thought it was like for 7 or 8 months or something like that. It was
Mm-hmm.
like a decent time period where there was like nothing. There was no
Mhm.
post, no no
Mhm.
nothing.
Mhm. Yeah. So
But
yeah, like
she's
I
all
said, that
over.
just goes back to this whole the sugar babies and the OnlyFans and whatnot. And, I don't know. I mean, like I said, Kaylee, you've got this one idea of her, and then if yeah, I don't know what it is. It could be that the police would be looking for in her mail, like what kind of in the package or whatever. But
Yeah, it was always odd to me too when they came out and said that they got a package they thought was suspicious and pertained to the case, and I'm like, what the hell would that have been? Like, what
mhm,
would it have been? And back then when we heard that, I was like, what would the the person who did the crime had sent them a personal belonging to taunt?
I don't know. Yeah.
What else could there be? Like what? Even to this day, I still don't know what could it be that they got in the mail that could pertain or be helpful to the investigation.
Yeah.
A letter, an article.
I thought it was a
Uh,
package, though.
did they say package?
I thought so. And also,
It could be.
yes, I do have the last document drop. I've got that up.
I'm just wondering what it could have been for them to
Oh.
sign it over and think it had to do with the case.
hmm Oh, also, did we see the video of the older man in that house drinking? I saw it on Rory's live the other night. They were playing videos to see how noisy the house was. No, I didn't see that. An older guy in the 1122 house? Oh.
I mean, we've heard stories of how even Sunny Days had was partying there at
Mm-hmm.
that property in her past, and she said even then the walls you could hear everything. And I mean, come on, that living room is open. It's not like that living room on the second floor is closed.
Right.
It's pretty much open. So to say that it's open to the hallway stairs that go down to the first bottom floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not even a half a wall. I bet you they could hear people going up the stairs on the bottom floor. They had to have heard everything that was going down.
Oh yeah, definitely. Kib
The
Kitty
third or the
wants me
second.
to make sure I tell you hello, since you can't read chat.
Hey, what's up? I can kind of read it. I see there's somebody causing some issues or something, and so you know when somebody has to ask, why am I? What do you mean I'm doing? So it's my mods are pretty damn aware, so I can kind of read it. My GPS is my map is right next to the chat, so it's like side by side. But
Oh, the spare
the
room was for
the
quality
words are so
time.
small. What?
Okay. Say please said I thought at the very beginning that's what they said. They had a spare room. It was for having to have quality time. Actually, let me back up because there was something about
What?
Bethany's closet too. The spare room was like the booty room, get busy room, the
You,
sixth bedroom.
why would you need a room for that?
I
Wouldn't
guess with all the
you'd have your
parties and
own?
everything. No, like other people.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah, with all the
gotcha.
parties
I
and
get,
everything, it's an empty room or
I
whatever. Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
where was the
there's room.
comment about Bethany's? Something about a closet, a handle in the closet or something.
Yeah, downstairs. So if you go, do you have the 1122 orbit 360 tour? Because I can tell you where it's at.
No.
It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, no, I want to find it. Let me where does the comment go? That's interesting.
Yeah, if you go down to Bethany's room, right?
Mhm.
And you go
Cuz
into
she
the
was when
room
you walk
itself,
in the door to the and you go to the left, right?
to the right.
Oh, no, she's to the
So
left
if you're
because our window's on the front. From the front door?
the room they're talking about is on the right. Like if you're going
Oh.
into the front door from the
Mhm.
parking lot,
Mhm.
you go to the room on the right. It's that 360 tour. You go to the room on the right, and then when you go to the room on the right, there's an option where you can click to pick the real picture instead
Mhm.
of the tour picture.
Mhm.
And when you click on the real picture, zoom in to the right side of the picture at the closet door or the closet, and
Mhm.
you'll see the door and the handle and everything.
Wait, so where do I find the this 360 that you're talking about?
Um, I can't remember the. It keeps changing names. So
Is
now
it
it's
on a
like the
YouTube
11.
thing?
No,
Oh.
it's on. And I went through it on a show. I can't remember what show it was. It was a while ago, but
Do you
it's
think Zillow still
Does
has
anybody
those?
know the maybe the mods have the link? It's it's that tour that we use to like walk around. It's the one that I used to like show
Mhm.
how things went down and stuff. I can't remember the website. Maybe just 1122 tour, I think is what it's called now. Used
Oh,
to be
okay, let
called
me
Orbit
check.
360 Modi Mods.
Orbix 360. I found it on Reddit. Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Okay.
Somebody came in my show one time and told me about it,
Oh, I'm
and I
gonna
looked at
bookmark
it.
this.
I about shit.
Oh, wait a minute. Do I
Yep,
have
I'm on the
this
road.
open? Oh crap. Okay, there we go. Let me bookmark this. So, yeah, this is downstairs. This is. I see the stairs to the left, a couple of doors
Yep.
off to the right. So,
So go to the bedroom on the right, and then you'll walk in, and then it gives you an option to click on the real picture,
oh. Oh, it started.
and
It took
it.
me outside the house. Oh, that's the coat hook. That's the
It's
right of
pretty
the
interesting when
door.
you see it. You're like, holy shit, that
Oh,
is a
there is
door.
actually a door right here to the left at the bottom of the stairs. I thought there was a hallway that way. Okay. That says shower, toilet, the first on the right, utility. This is.
That'd
Oh,
be
at the end
straight
of the
ahead if
hall.
you came in.
Oh, okay. I see. I see where her room is. So, yeah. So her closet is open.
Right. And then click on the real picture, and then look on the right side of the wall where the closet is. There's the right
The
side.
little itty bitty door?
Yeah, there's a little teeny door there in the real picture.
Yeah, I see that.
Hmm.
What is. Oh, shit. She scared me.
That's the one they're talking about.
My dog just opened the door.
Good morning.
Hi. Oh, let me close this. Okay, sorry. Looking at this house creeps me out. And then she walked in. So this little room goes to what?
I don't know. There's I've had people send me floor plans of secret rooms
Mm-hmm. I know people said something
and
about
all sorts of stuff.
tunnels.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard
Mm,
telling. You know what I mean? Like it could be. It's either way. You can't say it is, or you can't say it's not. What is interesting and what does exist on that picture is some sort of door.
right.
What's beyond it? Very good question. Um, you look at. You would think there would have to be something back there. Even if it's foundation in some cinder block room or something, because you got all that property, that basically half of the second floor and the third floor sitting on the ground, so you would think there would have to be a foundation as well where the bottom bedrooms are. That can't be
Yeah.
the only foundation, so it
Wasn't it
makes you
built up
wonder
into a
what
hill
is.
though?
Yeah, and that's but then you have to look at it like this. So even if it does have a hill, the ground shifts,
Mhm.
whether it's winter or summer. And if you look at the side view of that property, and if you imagine that bottom floor is the only foundation for the whole house,
Mhm.
even if it is on a hill, uh, I would think that over time, that part of the second floor and the third floor would almost start to have a different kind of ankle slightly, just over time as the ground settles or whatever. So that's why I'm thinking, like, it would, if you look at it and just imagine that the bottom bedrooms being the foundation, then it's almost like Lego bricks being stacked on one another but at an angle, and that's
Mhm.
not good for a foundation or any kind of property. So I would have to think that very bottom level has a foundation as big as the whole property.
Oh, okay.
So I would think that there would have to be something there, even if it was just a door that brought you to some kind of room that's closed off, even if it was just cinder blocks and dirt. You would think there would have to be something, and I would think that it would just a storage area.
Is this the? Oh, this is the panel, electric circuit panel box. I was like, what is this in the wall in the empty bedroom? God, these rooms are so tiny.
They are, aren't they? Especially Maddie's room.
How
You
are
could
they
barely even fit a
even
twin
renting
bed up
these out?
there
Yeah.
for 2,000 a month or more.
I think the whole house was about what 2,400 or something like that at one point. And then oh yeah, from gosh, was it on Zillow? You could see where he bumped it up and kept bumping it up. Oh, right there in front of the utility. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a shower in there?
It
Wait a minute. So the
says
utility
laundry and
room,
shower.
yeah,
Yeah, it
I,
changes.
s-
Yeah, it's weird.
I see a
Yeah,
washer and a dryer. I see a sink, and
yeah.
there is a shower over there on the right side of it. Because I see the shower head up to the right, and then the nozzle, and it's like in the wall, and there's no enclosure here or whatever. It's like you can just step into it.
Yeah.
What if dude took a
And
shower
they were
right
saying
there?
that there was a secret door in that room too, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just going off of that, you know.
But did you hear
There's
what he
Zillow
said?
too. Yeah,
What if he
yeah.
took a
It,
shower
it's
in there?
that. Yeah, that's the only thing that would make sense if you're like if they have no idea how the person left.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sorry. You know, they're there had to. I mean, I'm not trying to sound graphic, but there would when you're doing those kind of
Mm-hmm.
injuries, it squirts, it goes all over,
Yeah.
and I don't think this person. I've heard somebody say, "Well, I think they put a blanket in front of each person, and that's why it never got on them, and it never got." And I just don't see that either.
Mm-mm.
And so that was one of my, when I was thinking about why nobody would have said anything,
Mm-hmm.
was because maybe they did take a damn shower in there, and
Right.
with how if you're taking a shower and maybe you did clean up shit or you go over stuff or whatever, you're not there for just 9 minutes. You're there for an extended period of time,
Right.
and maybe that's why they didn't come out or whatever, was because they didn't know that the person or whoever did it, when they're if in their mind, if they're like, holy shit, like they're taking a shower, they
Mm-hmm.
obviously feel comfortable, and then you don't
Mm-hmm.
hear a door shut.
Because
Maybe they didn't come out because they didn't know the person left.
if she woke up though, maybe she heard the shower. And there was that rumor that they said that somebody heard running water. What if that's Bethany? That she heard the shower and maybe she opened her door and saw him go out the door.
And that's why they were naked.
Yeah, see, yeah, Keister. Yeah, wasn't there a mention of running water in the beginning? Mm-hmm.
But where's the clothes? You know? Or
I
would they
still
have went
say
in there
second
naked?
bag. Oh, no,
What
because
if they went in there
supposedly.
naked? Yeah.
Mm.
Well, the shoe
Yeah, but
print, yeah.
if you could believe what Dylan supposedly said, she saw somebody in clothes. So is that like after the shower? She saw
Right,
him.
clad in black, clad in
Mm-hmm.
black.
Right.
I just,
Uh
because if they had the clothing, then they would have had to have DNA other than the sheath. If they would have left the clothing there,
no, you
your
wouldn't leave
damn
the
DNA is
clothing.
on the
Yeah.
clothing, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What
So how do
Keegan
you get it
said,
in a bag?
they
Yeah, go
think
ahead.
that Bethany heard Dylan in the shower, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And Say Please is also saying same thing about, I think Dylan was part of it. Though I would totally not be surprised about that at all.
Part of the
Because
crime.
mhm, or the cleanup or something. I just the 8 hours just really bothers me. It's very very bothersome. You know, the 8 hours.
Always has.
Hmm.
Always has.
And
Because
especially
I
since
don't
she supposedly
even the
heard so
smell.
much, enough to get up 3 different times, right? So she
Yeah,
wasn't asleep. Because you don't go back to sleep that quickly. So yeah.
and the smell. I don't see how anybody could sleep, stick around.
Oh yeah. If they
Do you
wanted to
think
have the
Bethany was
drugs.
there?
Oh, sorry. Bethany, I don't know. I thought so, but I mean, if you really think about it, we don't know anything about what Bethany was up to. You know?
Uh-uh.
I
All we know
mean,
is that Ellie said that she was
oh, you're starting to get robotic.
what time did they say they made it home?
Oh, they
Uh-oh.
were all supposedly home by 1:45. You're clear now.
Right, right,
But I mean, so okay, yeah. Sarge calls Dylan's statement an alibi, right? And then Bethany's, statement of she was with them at the frat house is kind of like
right.
her alibi, you know.
Mm.
So I don't know. Those two, I don't know.
Nice to see Sarge up on panels again. It was good. I know he hopped up on Dago and Rory's show the other day. It was nice
Oh
seeing
yeah,
him
I
get on
saw him on
panels
Southern
again.
Logic before he officially came back.
Oh, really?
I was like at Southern Logic's
That's
channel. I was
good.
like, "What are you doing over here?"
That's good.
Yeah,
He's
it's so
always
funny
got
when you.
great views and stuff.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, surviving roommates. If they knew there were dirty cops involved, they wouldn't call the police. Think about it. Actually, Nosy Cat, I had thought about that too. Because I was wondering, like, what's a reason? You know, if you know, that's a
Yeah.
good one. If you know that the cops are, questionable, corrupt, whatever, you can't
Yeah.
trust them, um,
Right.
and whatnot. I mean, I actually wouldn't even put it past them to have threatened them or threatened Dylan into, her quote unquote statement in the PCA. Because, what do you call it? They interviewed her more than once because in the PCA it says after interviews, I think with like both of them. And then that came out. I think maybe they could have said, you guys didn't call to report this, blah, 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 or whatever. So you're going to have to, help us out here, and we won't charge you for this. Because apparently it's a crime what they did, by not contacting anybody
Hmm.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I've always been telling people who's to say that's not her second or third, and I've always wondered, did that statement from DM come after the vehicle
Mm-hmm.
location of Brian's when they talked to Brian? And I always wondered, did they get bushy eyebrows from when they talked to Brian, or located the vehicle of his and considered it as a possible vehicle? I'm wondering if the statement was taken from an interview after they got Koberger's name,
Mm-hmm.
and
That's what
that
I,
was a way for them to
yeah.
tie it to Koberger as the statement, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why I think that the bushy eyebrows clad in black wasn't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily from DM.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
Yeah,
suggested.
that would be interesting to go back and see like what those dates
Then
were,
they,
like which part
because
came
then they got
first.
DM. They got
Mm-hmm.
DM's statement as part of the PCA to get BK arrested, which they would need because it's one of the most crucial parts of it
Right.
is the statement. And then you could have it match after you interviewed the dude that you have it matched to, and then her
Mm-hmm.
statement matches the guy that you're looking for. It's a
Right.
setup.
Oh yeah, it definitely looks like a setup. But here's the thing, what do you call it? Remember they had, didn't they have the guy on WSU's campus, like WSU police or whatever, or WSU security guard or somebody, like supposedly went on his own and started querying
Yeah.
how many, white Hyundais they had, and then gave them a list. But then I don't think they, like early on, I think it might have still been in November, but then they didn't
Yeah, it
really
was in
pay
November.
attention to it or whatever, right?
No, that's it was around, it was like maybe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking it was like a week or two before
Oh,
BK's name, and it
here we
was
go.
a campus LE,
Mhm. Mhm.
and I think they even tried to see if the vehicle was open to look inside of it or something, right? Or did they look inside of it because the vehicle was open? There was something,
I don't remember that.
but I thought they interviewed him because of that, because of the campus LE that located the vehicle. At first, it wasn't the same year that they were looking for, so I believe it was kind of not thought about for a
Mhm.
minute because they were worried about that car in Oregon.
Mhm. Devil Doll said that they got the sedan on the 18th of November first, then BK's name, then changed the car to Elantra,
Yeah, yeah, because at
and built
first
it
they
all
were
from
looking
there.
for the 2011 to 13, and it was like a 2015. and so
Right.
the campus officer didn't pay too much. But then, like a week or two later, or something like that, that's when they changed it. After it was after the Oregon card, when they went out to Oregon because they were all
Mhm.
excited about
Right.
that
Oh
Oregon
yeah, that's right.
card.
They
They
were
set up this
excited.
whole thing. They even had a press conference. They were talking about it, and you could
Mhm.
tell the excitement on Fry's face and his voice. And then when they got out there and found out, then they excluded that. That's when it quickly changed to a different year car, and when they started focusing on BK.
Mhm.
But they were
Um
sucked into that Oregon first.
that's true. I do remember that now. Yeah, you're right. They were really gung ho about that.
Uh
Um
huh.
it says apparently Brian did an interview with Ellie because defense is
Yeah.
asking for a copy of it. I don't think
Yep.
that he came in and said, "Oh, I have a white Elantra," because he said that before.
No, I think it
But
was at the location, at his
the
location.
that interview I think was in Pennsylvania, but I think it was only 15 minutes, right, or something that he spoke
No, I thought
to them.
no, I thought it was in Pullman.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I That's a good question. I'd like to know for sure cuz I thought it was Pullman, and you think it's Pennsylvania. I'd like Maybe it is Pennsylvania. Does anybody know for sure? Cuz I'd
Maybe.
like to know for sure.
Yeah, I think
I
maybe it
thought
was
it
just
was
15 minutes in Pennsylvania, like when he was arrested, and then he didn't. He
really.
got his attorney, and like that was it. And I don't think he had anything else to say. Um,
Oh, I thought he was interviewed in Pullman
I think
before
he
he came
was.
to
Oh no, no,
before
no,
he
not.
came to
Oh, okay. No,
Pennsylvania.
I thought you meant once they got him back. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I don't know. Because I thought that that was the big question. Like, how did he get on their radar? How and when did he get on their radar? So I got the impression that they never talked to him before they arrested him, you know? And then that's what Ann Taylor had been asking for the like the IGG stuff,
Really? Yeah.
information, because she, I think, was trying to show what their connection was, how they got to him, and everything. Because again, that would have been one of those things that she could have possibly had thrown out. You know,
Because I thought they were onto him before he left.
a little bit before he left, I think, but not like long time. Mm. Oh, let me scroll back up because there were some things that were tagged for me. Oh, I went too far.
Thank you for being up here, Dolphin. I appreciate it.
No, no problem. You're welcome. How much longer are you planning to go?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I mean, no, and hop down whenever you want. I can definitely chit chat.
Oh, no, I'm
Um,
good. I'm good. Yeah, I just was curious. No, this is fun. Okay, no, no, we've read that.
and other people are more than welcome to hop up too. The link's pinned in the top underneath the membership link. Dang, it's foggy. Holy crap.
Mhm.
I wonder if I turn this thing sideways, if it'll give you guys the sideways. I bet it would. But then I don't know if I could read the comments.
Oh, okay. D. Smith said in that Eyes on Target video, I don't know if y'all caught this, but probably,
Eyes
Joe
on
V.
target.
I don't know the name of, yeah, I don't recognize that.
Is that
But
another channel?
I probably.
Okay.
It says Joe V was bumping into a girl in pink shirt, Maddie, at the corner
Yep.
club. He said corner club. I'm like, huh? Yeah, I remember seeing him say it in one of his little explanations of what happened or whatever. That
Yeah.
he said that she was bumping into people all over the place, and he
Yeah.
did say she bumped
Yeah.
into him at the corner club.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that she kept walking in between them and stuff too. And he was like, she was the only one that was really like,
Mm,
he's like, you could tell she couldn't even stand straight.
he's kind
She
of
was
right
all
about
over.
that. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, those were some interesting. That might have been, yeah, because did that channel have like all of the Joe V stuff?
I don't know who this. Let me see. Eyes on the target video. Is that the channel name or? Oh, I don't want to scroll back down. Let me see. So yeah, he was at both places, but no interview. Um, I
That's
think
what he
he did
said.
say
They
that
didn't
they
call him
interviewed
back.
him. Who? Joe Vito?
Yeah, he
I
did
thought he
say
said
that
he
he
spoke to
reached.
people. Mm-hmm.
He said, I mean, he might have on his other ones. I know the one that I recently watched,
Mm-hmm.
because I watched all of them together, and then one of them came across a few days ago, and I just kind of watched it in the background. And he was saying that he had reached out. He had noticed that he had noticed, what who was there or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and reached out telling, letting them know that he potentially could have some information or whatever. And he said that they never reached out to him. And he just said he figured they were just busy,
Mm-hmm.
um, with whoever they thought they were speaking of Grub Truck, it was cool. I got on the Grub Truck stream early this morning as I was getting
Mm-hmm.
stuff ready for the trip. And he was even I subscribed, so I got the mac and cheese song with Evil CJ on the screen.
God.
I'm excited. And
Mm.
yeah, so I'm gonna be hanging out on the Grub Truck streams. So we definitely have to do that one of these nights.
Oh, that's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I got the mac and cheese song though, where the guy runs around. It's great.
Oh, the phone. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a little behind. I'm probably like 10 minutes behind on messages here. But you guys,
Uh oh.
Nosy Cat just reminded me of something, and this has to do. So it says, well, we saw what Officer Rosie was looking at on the phone in the Banfield body cam. But it so there's that phone screen or whatever. But then you guys have been looking at the Grub Truck video like crazy. What was on, was it
Oh,
Joe's
Joe's.
screen?
Yeah, he was holding up his phone, looking on
Is
something.
it true that they said Xana? Xana? Like, didn't they say her name? That's what I
I don't
heard
know.
that
It was
they
hard to
said.
tell for me.
I saw what was on well, in a still. I want to go and look at the video. It looked like a brunette, like laying down or something or whatever. It looked like a female. Did you see, you know what I'm talking about? On the phone?
Yeah, it was kind of hard for me to tell, honestly,
Did anybody else see that at the Grub Truck?
because they told me to compare it to another photo that was clear, and I mean, yeah, the shape and everything looks like it could be it, but I mean, it was so hard to tell from the Joe V
So
picture with him
I
holding.
think it was maybe like right after the girls left or something. The guys that were in that Joe
I
V
think so.
group were looking at phones, and then you could see
Yeah.
what was on his phone. Yeah, I thought maybe you
Okay,
had
so the
it.
picture I'm thinking of is the picture from the Grub Truck, but is it a picture from one of the groups' phones of his phone?
It's on the phone. Yeah.
Like from
It's
like
been a.
somebody that was standing next to him that took a
It's.
picture of what he was looking at, or the Grub Truck
I don't think no. It's
camera?
not. It's not the Grub Truck camera. It's actually Joe
Because that's
V
the only one
when
I've
he's still
seen.
standing there with guys. He's still standing there with his little group of people, and I think the girls had like walked off, and I don't even know how long it was, or whatever. But he looked
Yeah.
down at his phone, and his phone was up, and you could see it. And I'll have to. Oh, Rissa said the phone was enlarged. So it was a still. She said what I had was Joe's phone enlarged. And didn't it look like a brunette? Like laying to the side or something? And then somebody said that they said Xana. So that's why I thought since you've been looking at the grub truck so much, maybe you'd know what I was talking about. Oh, Rumsey was trying to spy on Jersey number 8 on their phone at the grub truck, too. Oh, yes, with hands tied, said Rissa. Hmm. People have fallen. Oh, I don't know when did people on the grub truck video say that people have fallen? CJ, you still there? Oh, I don't know if we lost him. Well, not. Yeah, his camera is still working. Am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay. Um. Huh. Well, wait. Let me scroll back here. So yeah, I think I need to go back. Oh, thanks, V Slims. I think I need to go back and watch the part of the grub truck where the girls had just walked off to see what happened after, because I've never really seen after they left, and I know that on this channel they had been watching till like I think probably the end or whatever, which would have been what 2:30 in the morning. Because I think they're open until like 10 to 2 normally, and 10 to 2:30 on Friday and Saturday nights. Let's see. Oh yeah, Rumsey, we knew about the Papa Roger thing. We heard about that. That's very interesting. Oh yeah. Oh, JLR was in Carmel, Indiana. Huh. Let's see, what else did I miss? Oh, okay. Let's see. Joe the Doe. You guys are funny.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, let's see. Oh, Kib Kitty said that I said what phrase? Which phrase? I'm just going back through the chat trying to see what I missed.
Hello?
Hello.
Let me see here.
Can you hear me? You guys in chat can hear me, right? Yeah, I'm not muted, so okay. Okay, great. Thanks. Let's scroll back up. Oh, that's why they said they were looking for an Elantra, very common vehicle, so it'd be easy to pin it on someone. Year change because BK was an easy target. Oh yeah, Sonny, I agree that they. Oh yeah, definitely, we just lost him. I agree that they kind of like reshaped things to fit the narrative or whatever. He said he's gonna, if he drops out, he's gonna try and get back on. Yeah, I'll definitely have to go back to the end of the grub truck footage and see if I can see what's on Joe's phone, but like live and not some still shot to make sure it's not something that was photoshopped or whatever. But you know what? And then that makes me wonder too. So you said her hands were tied or her wrists were tied or whatever, but that makes me wonder too if it was maybe um, a live stream. If there were hidden cameras in the house, if there was a live stream going on that night, or if it was what I was talking about, with, like leaked videos or something, or, videos taken without their knowledge and then maybe like, passed around or whatever. I mean, because uh, hands tied or wrist tied could have been something else, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I want to go back and look
There
at
we
the
go.
video. Hey, welcome back.
Oh my gosh. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm just still going through the comments.
Going through mountains.
Ow.
Oh, that's cool. A semi truck has all these emojis all over it and it's painted yellow. That is so cool.
Oh.
I wish I could have taken a picture.
Oh,
Emojis
you've
all
already
over it.
passed it? Oh, okay, it's not that
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Rumsey.
Somebody had called me, so that's what happened. It booted
Oh.
me out of there.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Trying to
So,
stream.
you do have a grub truck video that's going up until 2:30, right? On that night?
Um,
Like you have the
I
full thing, or?
I have most of it. I don't have the first 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
But I have most of it, and I'm not sure about the very, very end.
Mm-hmm.
But J for Justice has a great version of it. Um, that's the enhanced audio and video.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have on my own channel. I have like, gosh, how many videos is it? Because I checked out different parts on different shows.
Mm-hmm.
It's I think it's like 5 or 6 shows. It's split up on different ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I use J
Okay.
for Justices because she's got enhanced. Mine isn't enhanced or brightened up.
Let me make a note. I can check hers out.
Yeah, that's what I was using to do the deep dive. It's a
Mm-hmm.
great version. Yeah,
Okay.
audio
So,
and video.
what is this? Oh, V Slim said something. I heard that the wrist ties was like a game they played. I
Yeah,
don't know. I never did look that up and find out all about
I've
this
heard
play.
that.
Is this a kink thing or
I've heard
a
that.
drinking game or? Because that's what I meant
It's
by
like
the ties could have been
they're
something else. But.
two different,
Mm-hmm.
kink, but also is kind of a dare
Mm-hmm.
in 2 ways. But I've heard that.
Gotcha.
I heard
So
that too.
I think maybe you cut out. That's what I said. I said if that was Xana on the video on Joe Vidot's phone, like after the girls left, because somebody said that they heard them say Xana, and it looked like a brunette and whatnot. I'm wondering were those some videos that were being leaked or whatever or spread around. Kind of like going along with the whole maybe there might be hidden cameras in the house or whatever. And yeah.
Hmm.
Zip tie is a drinking game.
Yeah, like a
Can you
yeah, it can
explain
be
it?
like
Like, how do you play it?
it's like a dare. It's like a dare kind of game, where you're pretty much dared to get out of it.
Hmm.
Like somebody, because I remember in the beginning, somebody had mentioned that about how that could be a possible reason on how everything was so effective when it came to inside the crime scene was because it started off as like them thinking it was part of one of those zip tie games,
Mhm.
and then they were able to use that, but that was very early on in covering the case. And when the case happened, that was probably like in the first month and a half, because they were really focusing on Hunter at that period, and
Right.
the zip ties was a big topic.
So, sorry, I had to go to urbandictionary.com I was
Mm,
like zip tie drinking game, and then it took me there, and uh-huh.
it's dangerous as hell. But if you read it, you can see how somebody could, if playing a game, and then
Oh,
it can all of a sudden
wow.
turn another direction, and you don't. What are you gonna do? You don't have.
Okay, so this one says it's also known as a cuff and chug. A zip tie is an event in which you and a partner are zip tied or cuffed together in some fashion and can only be freed from bondage upon drinking and finishing a fifth of hard liquor or a suitcase of beer. The winning pair is deemed champions, but nobody wins this game. Uh,
No,
that's, yeah. Is that kind of it? Or, oh, wait a minute. What?
I've heard so many different things with the zip tie stuff.
Oh, okay. There's something called a Cincinnati zip tie.
What? Oh my gosh! Yeah, that Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
There's a zip tie for every state, Dolphin. There's a zip tie for every state.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure I can exactly clean this one up. Huh. Yeah, uh-huh.
You get lost in that. That's its own rabbit hole, Dolphin.
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm like visualizing and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then it takes you a whole down other ones, and it's like,
Yep.
whoa,
Yep.
shit you don't even want to know about. You're like, yeah, I'd
Okay.
rather not.
Yeah, if you guys want to, do your own research,
Yep,
urbandictionary.com, Cincinnati zip
yep.
tie,
There you
for
go.
what I won't say.
And it will reference a whole bunch of others.
Yeah.
You can get lost.
Uh, yeah, that's crazy. Um,
I don't
well,
know. I mean, I did hear a lot about it, but I don't know. It,
mhm.
it's odd. It's odd that he's always up front around all these girls and shit out in the open. But
Yeah.
do I think if 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 any of those kids knew something, I feel like he would be one of them. But I don't think
Yeah,
he does.
probably.
I think it's beyond
Oh,
them. I think it's above them if it is.
okay. Wakinian says zip ties are also used to identify trafficking targets.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are.
That's right.
Yep.
The zip ties around your
Yeah.
door
Door
handle, like
handles.
your car
Yeah,
door.
door handles.
Mhm.
Chalk marks on your tires.
Yep. Yep.
Uh,
I heard that.
and
I
even
was in a
those Apple. What are those? The tracking things with the
oh, the
Apple. The
tags. Yeah. The
Yeah, the tags. Yeah.
yeah. I know what you
Please
mean.
be safe, ladies.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
that means your
heard about that in
potential.
a female gun safety class that I took.
Yes.
And then they
Yes.
also said too, and I'll just go ahead and say this for the females out here. If you are somewhere and you walk back to your car, the flyers that you see sometimes on your windshield, don't touch it. They
Mm-hmm.
said
Yep.
because a lot of times the
Yep.
paper might be laced with something. So they said if you gotta,
Yep.
take it off, use a pen or a tissue or something or whatever. But
Something.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, you
Yep.
you see how quick, even on these body cams where LE's going up to a vehicle and they're just right. They don't even have to be touching it. They could just
Hmm.
breathe it, and then they're falling over.
Oh
Like for
yeah.
sure. You got to
Hmm.
be careful, ladies, especially in them big parking lots too, because that's They target a lot of those big parking lots.
Oh yeah. I'm to the point where if I go somewhere at night, like, just run to the store or whatever, like, and I'm on my way back to my neighborhood before I like turn in or whatever, if I see somebody following me, I'll like maybe pull over on the side of the road really quick to let them pass. And, it's like I
Yeah,
won't, like, don't go to your house if somebody's following you, because they could easily
yeah,
pull in behind you. So, Nosy Cat said Hunter Johnson wore those zip ties. So
yep,
yeah, he does look like he
yep,
likes to party.
yeah. You can really see them when they they come up and talk to Kaylee when she's wearing that like peach
Mhm.
color looking dress.
Oh, yeah, mustard yellow.
You can
Mhm.
really see
For the
them.
noise
Or
complaint.
is that what it was? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Must. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
You can really
okay.
see the zip ties in that one. Yeah.
I'll
Sorry.
have
I'm.
to go back and look at that video. I didn't even really pay too much attention to
Uh
him,
huh. Yeah. Yeah.
I was
And then
busy
he gives
looking
that
at
weird
her
look.
because, yeah, people were saying
Goes
that,
back
she
inside.
looked uncomfortable or whatever.
Yeah, she did because she was like, yeah. And then he comes out there, gives this like pissy, angry look, and then
Mhm.
ends up going back in.
Hmm.
Yeah, they were. It definitely seemed like they were being bothered, and that's when I was like, "Wait a minute, are these two doing something? Like what? Why are they
Mhm.
acting like that?"
Wait, these two as in Hunter and Kaylee?
Yeah, the way that they
Oh,
were
okay.
acting,
Mm.
it was just like, "Why are you both acting like you're bothered and rushed into coming to the door? Like what? What's going on?
Well, she was single at the
Something?
time.
Yeah, something."
I don't know about him, but um. Oh, by the
They
way,
just both
Rumsey
acted odd.
said, "Uh, odd."
No,
You
go
said,
ahead.
"Oh,
Yeah, they
Rumsey
just both
said
acted in.
that I sent you an email that there's a police report of a stalled truck on the corner of King and Queen Road."
I can't get to my email right now. I'll be able to get to my email later on today because honestly, when I get to where I'm going, I'm probably going to pass out for a while.
Oh, and that's interesting because
But I am going to
somebody.
do a show tonight.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Cool.
yes, I
Is
am.
this the surprise, like on the, from the scene type show, or
The the what?
is this a surprise, like on the scene type of show?
Uh, no, not on the scene. It's like uh, a couple day getaway. I'm gonna be kind of like going through the vehicle, just making
Mm-hmm.
sure, I all that's with the mechanic, so that'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
And getting some relaxation in there, and also uh, living out part of my dream of doing my day streams.
Oh,
So
okay.
now it's going to depend how I feel because I am gonna be by a location of a case that I covered
Mm-hmm.
quite extensively. And so I did. It depends on how I feel. When I get there, I'm gonna have a few days, but this is a decent drive, so I'm gonna have a few days, and I'm gonna. If I do, you will definitely have a heads up because I'll put out a community post and I'll have a live scheduled for it.
Oh, okay.
Um, but it all depends on just how I feel after the trip and how I'm feeling. But
Mm-hmm.
it will definitely be during the day because it takes. I think it's about 3 hours or so from where I'm going. So it's
Mm-hmm.
still a decent drive. It just depends how I feel. But I really feel like since I'm over in this direction, um, the 3 hours, I'll probably, if I go back home and I don't end up doing it,
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably be like, dude, it was only another 3 freaking hours when you already drove 13. What's the fucking difference?
Yeah. Um. Oh, by the way, too, Rumsey said that The stalled car or truck or whatever it was the night
Yeah.
of the incident. So I'm trying to
Oh,
find the
really?
exact. Yep.
On King Road? Because I
King
heard about
and
the stalled
Queen.
truck, but
Is
I
that what I
didn't know that.
said? Yep. Stall truck on the corner of King and Queen. That's where that house is that we were talking about earlier with the two doors. Mm-hmm.
When did you send it? Today, Rumsey? Like on this stream or before?
Let me see. Oh, July 16th. Yeah.
Oh, July
It says,
16th.
I sent July 16 when I looked into his live show that night and I found it and I was like, oh my God. So a couple weeks ago. Hmm.
All right. I mean, I get so many emails. I could definitely try and look for it, but if you have that information still, or if you're able to resend it to me, so I'll have it towards the top of my stack. And then
Hmm.
I'll be able to look for it. But there's so many emails. I apologize. That's one thing I am going to do on this little mini vacation thing is get through my inbox because I haven't been able to get to it that much recently.
Oh, Rumsey also says, also the guy in the shorts and the tank top, he also made a police report later that night on Taylor Avenue. He's the naked man. He was harassed at the grub truck. What? I hadn't
Oh,
heard
the
that before.
guy. Huh.
Huh.
Is that why they would think he was naked? Because that tank top was short and the shorts were short as well. But he wasn't the only one
I don't know.
barely wearing anything either,
That's true.
which was
I'm
kind of
laughing.
crazy because I was like, damn.
Yeah, with the temperature that it was. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
Devil Doll wants to know: are you just following the road, dude, or you got a destination?
Why? Because I
And
haven't
I could
turned
hear her
off?
accent with that.
I know. I started to wonder that myself. I was like, damn, I kind of got lost into the conversation and I haven't been looking at my map.
Yeah.
But I'm good. I got about another 135 miles, and then at that point, I just stay on the interstate from the split. So
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
yeah, it's pretty much from one part to sideways drive, not up and down, but a sideways.
Yep, yep, yep. I'm looking at more comments. Does anybody have anything they want to talk about?
Uh oh, I think it was cutting out.
Observations?
Can you ask that again? It was
Oh, I
cutting
just
out.
asked if anybody had anybody that they wanted to talk about. Any
Oh,
observations they wanted to make? Uh-huh. Oh, Leah says, I don't know about a naked man and never saw 4chan even say that.
yeah. Where did that even come from?
Nosy Cat says there were 4chan narratives earlier that said Loach and Barry had issues with XK and EC. Oh, Xana and Ethan. And that led to the
I
fight
keep
at
hearing
Sigma
that name too.
Pi.
I keep hearing that name too.
Loach,
Yeah,
David, yeah, mm-hmm.
a whole bunch.
I do too. And the rumor or whatever that I've been hearing, that kind of does seem like something valid or whatever, but if it's true.
But there's so many, and there is real connections and stuff. You just don't know if it's true or not. The connections are
That's for
real.
sure.
It's the background of the connections if they're true or not. That's the
Yeah, this case is just so messy.
it's all over.
South equals David Loach. Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid to get into 4chan. It's like I don't want to see something that I don't want to see.
There's so
Because I heard they put
much.
a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta be careful. I just
Wait,
don't
they're
even go
saying
to
there's
the.
a police report that Loach was naked that night? Huh. Oh, okay. Keister Bunny says, not many talk about the university server that was manually placed in park that night, unscheduled. Nothing was able to be logged into the registry, such as camera footage, passcodes, etc. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
somebody had
interesting. But
mentioned like a device, or was it you
who, me?
about the devices that scramble everything in like a 10-mile radius?
No. No, that wasn't me,
Who
unless you're
was
thinking
that?
about that cell tracking thing. Talking about the stingrays where they capture all the cell phones or whatever in the area. But no, I
Is
haven't
that what
really
it?
said anything about the servers.
No,
Mm-mm.
I thought there was something about where it could scramble, where it would shut it all down. And I'm like, even
Oh.
phones?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, yeah, even phones. I'm like, what?
Is that what a swatter is?
I don't remember what it was called.
Hmm.
I just
Um.
remember being shocked that because they said it was illegal, like you could get it, but it was illegal or something. Was
Mhm.
it? Oh my gosh,
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Can't think of the term for it
I
though.
can't think of the name. Yeah,
Oh, okay. And Rumsey says Loachberry are steroid usage. Is what the fight was about, and allegedly Ethan walked in on them doing stuff. Jules talked about it as well. Hmm.
walked in on.
On Loach and Barry, whoever Barry is, I'm not sure who that is. I had heard something about Loach and Hunter Johnson.
That the girls walked in and saw that, and that's why the
That
crime
I
took place.
guess Ethan walked in on them.
Okay, and that's why they all got.
See, and that to me seems like a very extreme
That's a right,
reaction to that.
right.
But like, okay, so I don't know about that, but yeah, I
Yeah, it
have
seems
heard
real
that too.
extreme for that. Like very extreme.
Oh, Stingray Mobile Tower, right? Oh, Kel says I got into something that is really creepy about Brent. Uh, what was it? Oh, wait. Yep, signal blockers are illegal. Yeah, I'm looking to see if Kel's typed more. No, not yet.
Yeah, I can't remember the term for whatever the device was, but I thought they even said you can even get it on frickin' Amazon or something,
Hmm.
or whatever. I don't know, something with Amazon. I don't see how you could get it on there if it's illegal, but it was something to do with Amazon also.
Hmm. Okay, so Kansas 997 said Luna had a good video on the servers being down, but a guy caught some anomalies called FBI. An IT guy caught some anomalies and called the FBI about the servers. Yeah. Hmm.
So they contacted the FBI because of the anomalies of
And
the
the
server.
servers going down.
Well, I'd imagine the FBI would have known that already, right?
Maybe. And the thing is, though, if the FBI were already in town for whatever else they were up to, I mean,
Right.
I could see them kind of like not really responding to that or whatever, or, you know, not putting a whole bunch of energy into it.
Yeah, that's what makes me also wonder, with the whole bigger investigation kind of thing and how true that might be, just because it kind of makes sense if they really did give a name and didn't really give any information as to how or why. It's kind of like, well,
Yeah.
we already knew some shit was going on here. We'll give you this name, but we can't tell you how we got it. But here, you can have it, kind of stuff. And
So, hmm
why were there so many there? That's a
well, I
large
guess
group.
because of the extra activities in the town that you were
Yeah,
talking
it's a
about.
large group. It's a
hmm
large group.
Large operation, I guess.
Yeah,
Like I'm telling you, when
especially
you
when you
see
have
this
that many.
this yeah, when you see this haul from Washington State that they were talking about earlier, you'll see. Yeah, it's like okay, you'll probably understand why there were so many there because
Yeah.
there's got to be something bigger going on here.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so this was mentioned. Apparently, there was a fight between Ethan, Xana, Loach, and Barry at the frat house earlier that night. So,
Mmm.
and that kind
So
of
that's the
brings me back
person.
to the, hmm, yeah.
So that's the person who I was. Okay.
So think about this for a second. If
I
if
think it's
that's
involved.
true, and Ethan walked in on Loach and Barry, right? But they didn't want anybody to know what they were up to or whatever because they were trying to keep up a certain appearance or whatever, right? Um, and they got into some sort of fight. Maybe they tried to make it seem like, oh, it was about Xana or whatever to throw other people off the case. But remember, I said that his mother, one of the first things she said was there was no love triangle or whatever,
Yeah.
and then no
Yeah.
rugs, right?
Right.
Um, and I just thought about this. Was Hunter in a fraternity? His little brother, Hunter. Not
I
little,
thought he
but
was in
I
the
mean,
same,
is he in the same
wasn't he?
fraternity?
I thought
Okay.
he was.
And he lived somewhere nearby because he got to the house super quick too, before
Yeah.
911 was called, right?
Yeah.
So, what if Stacy Chapin heard these love triangle rumors and the rugs stuff from her kids, like her son, Hunter, you know, or even Maisie? Maisie was probably in a sorority or whatever, but Hunter is probably who she might have gotten it from. If
Hmm.
he heard, if he knew they were at Sigma Chi that night, maybe he asked people, hey, what happened? Blah, 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 or whatever. What do you
Yeah.
remember? What do you know? And everything. Because somebody had to have said something to his mom for her to say, you know, there was no love
Yeah.
triangle. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the fact that she said it, to me, validates it a little bit more, you know? She
Yeah, and
had to have
she
gotten it
she
from
had to.
somebody close
Yeah,
to her.
and I'm sure she was drilling all the friends that she could get a hold of. What do you know? What happened? I want to know what. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
She was trying to reach out to a whole bunch of the friends, and yeah, you would think either two things: either she's naive, thinking that that doesn't exist from the get go, or like you said, she was that was mentioned to her, and she's
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
repeating.
Mm-hmm. Right, because think about it. Like why would you even think that? Given this
Yeah,
situation and given what happened, how would that have even popped into your head to say?
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because when you're
yep,
saying, there's none of this, there's none of that, it's like you're trying to
yeah,
squash something.
right,
So I think that her son told her that, and he got it from his frat buddies because he's also at Sigma Chi.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
and she
crazy.
just could have. Yeah, like she felt like there was speculation and she wanted to end it as well,
Mhm.
based
Mhm.
off of what was mentioned to her, maybe.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know, saying that there was some sort of love triangle, it's kind of like, I don't know, turning it into something, torrid or whatever, and it's like what happened to them was super
Right.
sad and tragic, and it's like, yeah, don't, try and, you know, bring it down to this level, this thing, there
Mm-hmm.
was none of that, there was none of this, or whatever. So, yeah, that just
For
occurred to me.
sure.
So that's got to be true, you know?
It
And
makes
not like
sense.
a quote unquote rumor, you know?
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
And I mean, think about it. This whole time, they've gone back to school. The Chapin, uh, what's left of the triplets, they've gone back to
Mhm.
school, you know? So, and they're around all of these people. So they're in the position to hear all sorts of
Right.
stuff, you
Yep.
know?
Mm-hmm. Shit.
And maybe that sort of also explains why his parents are like, oh my God, kind of like wanting to put some distance between, them and the case and, the trial or whatever, because like they said, it's like nothing's going to bring him back, whatever, whatever. But
Yeah.
like maybe they don't want to be dragged into all of the rest of the mess because the case is a mess.
Well, and they know themselves.
Hmm.
Maybe they know that they can't go down that past a certain limit. Why know that it's gonna start an avalanche of.
Hmm. Oh, so Keiser just said something else. That's another part of it. You're sort of going robotic a little bit, by the
Because
way,
oh,
and your video froze.
did
Oh,
it
never mind. There it goes.
just kind of like they're
Did
limiting their
there you
exposure
go.
to a lot of this stuff and just
Mm-hmm.
trusting, and everything else, just because maybe they know that they can't go down that path together
Mm-hmm.
because they already know maybe they might not be able to make it out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just self-aware. It's a different
Yeah.
kind of soul in tune with yourself kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, they seem like,
Letitia.
really like Zen people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So Keister just said something too that is another one of these little things that like we're not like remembering and putting all these things together. Keister just asked, does anyone else remember the reason that Xana's dad changed the locks was because she had been in an altercation the weekend before with some male. I had totally forgotten about that.
I never heard the reason.
I had heard that, but I didn't know if
Really?
he said it or if it was rumor because I know that Xana's father said, he was in an interview or whatever. I don't remember if it was an article, or if it was, a filmed interview, but he said that he went down there and he had just changed the locks on her bedroom door
I remember. Yeah, yeah,
or
I remember
whatever.
that part. I don't remember the reason why, though. I never heard, or I should say, I never heard the reason why. I
Mhm.
did hear that the locks. He did visit for locks.
Mhm.
I never heard the reason about a male messing with Zaina. Where did
Yeah.
that come from?
That I don't remember. I don't remember if it was part of it or
Hmm.
yeah, or if it was just that was a rumor. Mystic Virgo said, I never heard that. I figured drugs were
Yeah,
stolen from her room. Ooh, sorry. You know what? Were stolen from her room. So,
yeah. No, I never
um,
heard the guy messing or any reason. Even that, even the substances. I never heard either or of
I
why.
did. I wish I could remember
Really?
where I heard of. No, yeah, I had totally. That's why I said that's something that I had forgotten. But it's like it's
Oh,
hard to separate rumor from actual
right.
fact. But it's like, and I want to
Yeah.
separate the two. Oh, X is not going to tell her dad it's because rugs were swiped. That's what Mystic Virgo said. But wait, and her dad, he had a criminal history because he had been in. I don't even remember. Just saw it. I think in 2004 he was released or something for something or other. And then Xana's mom, uh, started up or whatever afterwards. So yeah. Um, mm.
Yeah, I'd like to know where that came from. If
I would
anybody,
too. Um, let me. I'll write that
because that
down.
would kind of because when you look at the Moose Lodge call,
Mhm.
it was about it was a female stating that some other male was messing with her boyfriend, causing problems with her boyfriend.
Mhm. Oh, is that what
And
Valerie said? Yeah, I didn't hear that part.
it's on the report.
Mhm.
It's on the report. There's a report, or there was. Now I heard it. I've heard it disappeared. I have not checked. But I know it's on the show that I covered that we were talking to Valerie. It's on there itself from the
Mhm.
Moscow PD. And it states that there was no report taken because the individual wasn't there anymore. But it
Mhm.
states on on that log that uh, a female had called because another male individual was causing problems with her boyfriend.
Mm.
And so that's why I kind of was like, well, we don't know where Ethan and Xana were from 9 to 1:45. The
Mhm.
call to Moose Lodge was shortly after 9 o'clock. It doesn't
Mhm.
take long to get there. And I always wondered, and if somebody was messing with Zaina, and that is the reason why her dad came to change the lock, well, then that would make me wonder about the Sigma Chi and the Moose Lodge.
So, okay, let's say somebody did, like, let's say a guy actually did, like, physically confront her the week before. Why would a guy have physically confronted a girl? Do you think that's the rug situation or whatever? Or,
I've,
I mean, because what other reason
I
would
mean,
a
I'm not going
guy
to
have
speak
for
for
being that
everybody
upset?
that has been on
Mm-hmm.
those, but I had friends of mine that were on that, and they would snap at anybody. It didn't matter if you were a guy or a frickin' girl.
Mm-hmm.
They would snap on
Yeah.
anybody like the
Hmm.
same. But it's not to speak for every, but I had a few friends that were into that, and and I was around them,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it'd be like, yo, dude, you need to fucking chill.
Yeah.
So a guy or a girl, I wouldn't see it really. I could see somebody snapping on,
Yeah, but
especially
snapping,
with that.
like,
But I don't know. It's an either or
you
kind of
mean
thing
just
though,
getting
because
shitty with somebody or like actually hitting somebody?
no, like not. I'm not saying as in physical. I mean, of course, any situation can get there,
Mm-hmm.
with that situation or whatever. But I'm saying even just mood wise, like
Mm-hmm.
if they didn't like something, they were snapping on anybody the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then there's two sides of the spectrum when it comes to somebody catching you. Like the people that I knew,
Mm-hmm.
everybody else knew that they were doing it, and they didn't give a fuck. Like
Yeah.
they didn't care. So I could see, but then at the same time, you're living in a small community there, maybe somebody knowing that you're doing that kind of substance could potentially jeopardize something with school or
Mhm.
with something that you're working on or something, and so then I could see somebody getting upset. But still, I don't see how anybody would be that upset to do what took place
Right, right.
for being
Yeah.
noticed for that.
Yeah. Let's see. So I guess maybe if somebody remembers to try and, like, I don't know, see if they can find
That would
out
be interesting, though.
where the, like, if the
Yeah,
reason, like, where it was said, did
yeah.
Santa's dad actually say that or whatever. Jesse's laughing because we he said he went back to bed, wakes up, and we're still sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, hardcore. Hmm.
And I can end it too, for a little bit. It's up to you guys, but I'm down for hanging out as long as you guys are, and then and if you ever need to hop down, please do. I appreciate you being up
Oh,
here
me?
for so
Yeah, no,
long. Yeah, I
mhm.
appreciate you being up here.
No
Helping out.
problem. You guys, yeah, you guys gave me something to do because I was just sitting here like, oh, yeah. What can I do? What can I get into? Let me
Yeah.
see. What else? Oh, I'm looking through the comments, but I did think of something else that I wanted to ask you guys. Um, hmm. Oh. Sorry. Devil Doll says Joe V said he wanted MPD to ask him more questions about Hoodie Guy, but what more did he have to tell? And Chronicles of Olivia said she found out something interesting about Jack S, but had to let family know first, but then we never heard what that was.
That's
Mm,
odd. Why would you say that you wanted Ellie to ask you more questions when I'm sure Ellie was basically saying, "Okay, what do you have for us?"
hmm.
why why would you wait for Ellie to ask you questions when you have an opportunity to spill everything that you can spill? I don't understand that. Because
That
they're going to
guy.
sit there and let you say everything you want to say.
If you go back to the
I
Corner
don't get
Club
that.
pictures, you can compare photos. Okay.
I'm going to have to take a couple minute break here in a second, and then I'll be back.
Okay. Let's see. What else is in here? Mhm. Oh.
I would like to know where that whole lock thing came from.
Yeah, I wrote that down to try and remember to do some digging and find out. Mystic Virgo wants to know: has the defense received autopsies? I think three different weapons used. I don't know. I thought I had heard that one autopsy, like, was missing or something or whatever. There's,
Really?
yeah, I thought that they lost some paperwork or whatever. So I'm not
I
really sure
haven't
if they've gotten everything.
I haven't seen that in a request. Is it on a certain request? Because that they didn't have it? Because I haven't seen that.
So, no, because I was going to say that the things that I really remember that they didn't have was, remember the last hearing that we saw, and she stood up and, what do you call it? The prosecution attorney, the little junior lawyer, didn't stand up. She wasn't asking about that kind of stuff. Remember the one that she asked
But
about
yeah, but
the
that
backgrounds of the three officers and whatnot?
yeah
I
yeah.
don't remember her saying anything about missing autopsies, information, but I thought in one of the live streams that somebody had said that, oh, they did this, they did that, they misplaced something, or they're saying they don't have something. And then that's when it also came out that Ethan had a second autopsy. Well, at least that's when I found it out. I was like, oh, I didn't realize he had another one.
Yeah,
Um,
but that's such a huge part. I don't see them not requesting it over and over if it really is missing. Like that's a, I mean, an autopsy is like
yeah,
one of the top documents you need.
yeah. I don't know.
I don't, they would have stuck out to me. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
maybe.
Okay, and oh, do we know if the rumors of Murphy running loose in the neighborhood, yeah, are true? And is there a connection to someone calling in looking for a dog at the shelter? I don't know. Me personally, I don't know about CJ. I don't know if Murphy was running loose. And what was
Yeah, I
I
don't know
heard
either. I've
something
heard
about the
so many different
shelter.
things. I've heard a shelter. I've heard running loose. I've heard he was inside the house in the bedroom, like
But I heard that the police took
outside.
him to a shelter.
Yeah, I've heard four different things when it comes to Murphy.
And I thought that they said that Murphy was in the room, locked in Kaylee's bedroom in the
Yeah, I've
PCA,
heard.
didn't they?
I don't know about the PCA, but that is one of the four that I've heard with Murphy. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. There's four different things, so
Hmm.
give me about 5 minutes and I'll be right back. And if you have to bounce, I totally understand and I
Oh no, I'm
appreciate
good.
it.
I'm good.
All right, I will
Uh,
be right back.
okay. Yeah, Kaylee's sister saw her leave to walk the dog. He's mentioned in the PCA. But yeah, I thought that yeah, what the way that he's mentioned is that he was behind a locked door when the police got there. But he could have been on the loose beforehand because you got the roommates with the 8 hours of who knows what, and maybe they let him in. I don't really know about that. You'll keep me company. Thank you. Why two autopsies performed? I think that. Oh wait a minute. Is my Sorry, I think my phone was trying to pick up my voice. Um, I think that the Chapins, because it was Ethan that had a second autopsy, I think that they probably didn't have that much confidence in what was it, the Idaho State Lab that did the first one? Or did they have him moved? I don't know who did it was Mabbott did the first one, and then they had him moved to like um, a bigger, like a larger city. Yeah, if it were me, and I had been his parent, I probably would have said, yeah, I'm going to have a second autopsy performed in like a larger city with, by somebody who has like way, way more experience, in doing like a criminal investigation, as a part of the autopsy. Um, right. They don't do the autopsies, so they outsourced it. But then his family had a second one done, and I forgot where. Let me pull up the PCA. I've got this state of Idaho Judicial Branch page open. No, that's not it. Okay, so the 18 pages. Okay. The bottom of page one, when they identified that Ethan was in the room, also in the room was a male, deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner. They redacted his name. They said those were caused by sharp force injuries. Oh, and that was done December 15th. Wow, that's like a whole month after. Unless they did it before and the report's just not dated until December 15th. Oh, sweet tea. A toxicology is procedure for all autopsies. You perform them for years. By any chance, did you follow the Kylie Rodney case? The reason I ask is because the toxicology results in that one just seemed so incomplete. Oh, here we go. The Today article says autopsies were done on all four on November 16th. Okay. Then what is this in the PCA? Is this the second one then? Yeah, so it says Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. And then it says parentheses, autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, name redacted, dated December 15th, 2022. Determined to be caused by sharp force injuries. So that's the second one. Okay. Was in Washington State. Maybe the first one was in maybe Boise or somewhere. Hmm. Oh, yeah, Devil Doll. Yeah, no drowning and all that. But the toxicology, though, you saw that she wasn't really drunk. And there were some things in there that, yeah, some other things in her system. He was the first to be buried very quickly. Yeah, and then Kaylee and Maddie, they were cremated, and I don't know about Xana. I guess she was buried. Chapins live in Washington. Okay, so that's where the second one was done. Ah, okay. Thanks, Mystic Virgo. Hmm. I think I bookmarked the obituaries. If you guys are wondering um, about who's buried first and all that. Let's see. I should probably make some subfolders. Maddie. Oh, just says memorial service December 2nd. Let's see what else. Sorry, I'm going back to chat. Did Sammy ever get looked into for that? Yeah. The answer to that question would be no. And I swear that girl just looks so, I don't know, guilty, for lack of a better word. She was just very suspicious and whatnot. I kind of think that it was an accident or whatever. And I also, because I told somebody this the other day, I also thought that Kylie was asleep in that back hatch area because I don't know if you guys, were watching the whole case and saw when Adventures with Purpose came and they found her when they were on the one side of the car. I think it was like, let's see, the car was upside down. The first side of the car that they went on, the one where the window was down and everything, and you didn't see anything. Um, then he went around to the back, and you saw that a little bit of the rear um, seat belt was sticking out of the trunk, out of the hatch. And then when he went right around from the hatch, you could see uh, her curled up, by the window or whatever in that back hatch section. Well, a lot of people were looking up that car. It was a Honda Civic CRV or whatever, and that last row. They had like the raised headrest, and for the car to have been upside down, she would have floated, but she would have been on the floorboard, not like down. She wouldn't have gotten between those seats. She would have had to have sunk and then floated between those headrests to then get back into that trunk section. And if you look at the way that the back seat is configured, it's like she would have had to have been a floating contortionist, I think, to get back into that hatch area. And again, remember, the car was upside down, so the top of the car was actually the bottom of the car. So, yeah, that whole case was really sad, and I think that they just swept it under the rug because they knew, just like this case, and everybody was talking about people involved in this case whose families have money and whatnot. Wasn't Sammy's mom or dad, or maybe both, weren't they attorneys or whatever? I think
Oh,
so.
Kylie Rodney? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah. So they had money. Yeah, we kind of got off the
I
subject
think
because
the
we were
mom
talking about
was.
toxicology and stuff. Yeah, so I think that
Oh,
because
we're on whatever
Sammy.
subject.
Oh, okay, cool. uh, so, because remember, Sammy was also supposed to ride home with Kylie, but then she said Kylie was too drunk, and so she found another ride. And you would think naturally, well, why
Right.
didn't you take her with you? If you thought she was too drunk to drive, you left her, and got a ride with some dude, right? So I think that
Especially
it
driving
was.
her own vehicle.
Yeah, so I think it was Sammy and somebody else, and I think they had her in the back of the car, like all the way in the back in the hatch, because her grandfather even said, was she in the back? Because she loves to sleep back there, or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's right.
when they were pulling her out, or something, I think he said that. So, um, but yeah, so I think that she was back there asleep, and I think I don't know. I mean, I almost want to say that they might have even done something, but maybe when she got back there, they accidentally put the seatbelt out and like it got slammed in the hatch because it was definitely dangling out of the car. And you could see that when the diver went around to the side. So I think that they,
Yeah, I remember that.
you remember? Yeah.
Yeah, because Armchair, I was when I was into Armchair Detective at the time,
hmm
and he was kind of going through those videos, and it did look like a seatbelt
hmm
was kind of sticking out from the
hmm
hatch.
Yeah, because there
That's
is an
one
extra
case that I
belt
never
back
got
there.
to check out too much. What
hmm
do you, what do you think? What do you think happened? Just basically what you just said, like
Yeah, I
that
think it.
her and
Well,
some,
actually,
for
you know
what
what?
though?
I take that back. You know what? Because I forgot about the fire cam video. I
Mm.
forgot about the fire cam video, and then I forgot about tow truck Nick. Because remember, tow truck
Oh
Nick
yeah,
came
tow truck
forward
Nick. Yeah,
and said that he
that's
saw
right.
her the next day
Wasn't
with
that
some
debunked?
dude.
Wasn't
Uh,
that debunked as
I
not
don't
true?
remember because I know he kept saying that the company would have the footage. They should have the footage
Yeah.
of his tow truck visit or whatever, and that they would have to get it from the company. But then you never heard whether or not police got the footage from the company. So. And then I think there was some discrepancy about which day it was. He couldn't quite remember, and he tried to say that, oh, the girlfriend remembered, because it was her grandfather's birthday or whatever. And so, yeah, so there was that sort of like, kind of dinked with the case. And then when that fire cam footage came out and they showed the car going into the water. But
That
then
was
if you
crazy.
looked, it was, and it went in very slowly. So if somebody
Hmm.
had been in there, they would have had, time enough to get out, especially since one of those windows was all the way down. But if you looked off to the side, though, you saw another car that just kind of like pulled up and stopped and it was like waiting for something, So, and it's like, wait a minute, that car had to have seen these headlights in the water and this, car sinking. So, yeah.
Why do you think it took place? Like, if you think there was foul play.
I don't think that Sammy was really Kylie's friend. She did this whole, oh, blah, 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 I love Kylie, blah, blah, blah. And, she was taking charge of everything. And, did you notice that when they said that they were working with the police and, nobody was going to get in trouble for anything, which, again, similar to this case,
Yeah,
because the police weren't, interested in underage drinking or anything else. And that if they had any tips to come to the kids. Do you remember that?
right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like, so they could head off the tips or whatever. Like, I don't think that if they got anything that they passed it to law enforcement. And then I also think that the cops were in on it because they told Adventures with Purpose not to search that reservoir, that they had already thoroughly done it. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah. I
So
remember that that wasn't on their list
it
and
wasn't
that
on
they
law
did it.
enforcement's list.
No, it wasn't on the list that Ellie gave them to search.
Oh
And
no,
then I
Adventures with
didn't they
Purpose said
do
they
that
told them specifically not to search it. That they had already done
really?
it.
So
Don't
why did
bother. Don't waste your time.
so what made them go do it if they were specifically. See, I didn't get to follow the case that much,
Oh,
so
okay. Um, they went to do it because they had gone to one lake or whatever. I think they, were using the tow truck stop, and tow truck Nick had said, "Oh, it was right here." So, and there was some sort of lake, I think, right there. So I think they went there first. Um, but don't quote me on it. I mean, I'm not sure. And
hmm,
then this was the second place that they went because they said, well, you know what? Let's go to the water, that's right there where the party was supposedly at. And they found her in like what, 15 minutes, 20 minutes or something? Like,
yeah, it wasn't
what,
long.
40 feet off the shore and
Yeah,
14 feet deep? And it's like, wait a minute. You guys said that you were all over this place. You had, people in the air. Yeah, Prosser Lake, or the Prosser Lake Reservoir or whatever.
yeah,
And then you saw on the map that the party was just like literally right around the corner from that in the forest. So, yeah.
mhm,
No, like a lot of things didn't add up. And then, oh, also the reason why I'm suspicious of Sammy is because she's the one that said that there was this big party or whatever, but they never got like footage or whatever supposedly from the kids. So it's like, how people are with phones. You're out of this
right.
big party in the woods and it's the big
Uh huh.
graduation party, or whatever, because that's what they were supposedly out there for. And yeah, no kind of footage or anything, pictures or anything. So it's
Yeah, you
like,
think there'd be a lot,
yeah. Mhm. Mhm. And her friend Mags, like that, I guess, did she go there with her or whatever? She left like 10 minutes supposedly after getting there because she said there were older guys there and they were, pushing things on people, trying to get you to take stuff or whatever. So she called her boyfriend and she left. So
yeah,
yeah.
from like a different area or something, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
They came
So,
from, and that's when things supposedly took a
right,
turn
like
or
these
whatever.
people supposedly came from like other states, and whatnot, and 200 something miles away for this party because they had heard about this party,
Yeah.
or whatever. So, yeah. Yeah. The party was just a group of locals, yeah, that got crashed by a few people looking to dump Kylie's car. Yeah.
So what's up with this person getting sued by her dad or whatever, some YouTuber.
Oh, Upchurch. Mm, Ryan
Yeah, what's up
Upchurch.
with that? Yeah,
I haven't checked. Didn't click on it. I saw it, but I think I know what it is. It's because he was saying a lot of things, and I think he finally got mad. I think he put up some money or whatever to help with the investigation and whatnot,
yeah.
and I think that he finally kind of was like got mad. Probably was drinking or something, and didn't he accuse the family or something? Like
What?
being involved or something.
You serious?
Do you guys know? Do you guys know what this lawsuit is? And I think
Whoa.
it's not the dad, is it the mother that's
I
suing?
thought it was a dad and some other dude.
Oh wait, it's the dad and the grandfather, I think.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the dad and
Um
the grandpa.
who now that's interesting because they were the ones that were out when they were pulling the car out. That's who
Yeah.
Adventures with Purpose called.
Yeah, that's who they
Mhm.
spoke to, and the mom was upset.
Right, because she said something different, like nobody called her, blah, blah, blah. But then Adventures with Purpose was like, of course we did. But,
Right.
she's being handled right now. So calls aren't getting through directly to her. So, you know, guess whoever they spoke to didn't tell her or whatever.
Damn, so he accused the family and they're suing him, huh?
He did something. Let me look at him and see what happened. He got very mouthy.
Because I brought up, last night, I think it was, I brought up, like, with all this stuff coming out, I'm like, if frickin' BK walks, like, there's certain videos I'm gonna be taking down back from when I was sucked into MSM and shit. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, he's guilty, da 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 da. Um, Definitely,
Oh.
like, you don't want that to happen, you know? Is that kind of
Mm-hmm.
the same situation where they were, like, talking about somebody? Why would you accuse the family, though?
Well, okay, I see.
Unless you had some.
Well, oh, yeah, here, hold on a second. So there's a video from 11 months ago, and he says, these people will be investigated over Kylie's car. And I'm looking at the captions. Oh, because they were talking about the donations, dragging this stuff out, making crazy claims. When one person stands out and says something that could be helpful, factual information. Uh, I think he said something about the families. I don't know. I think he said something. Or actually, wait, did he say it was a hoax at first? Hey, Lady Speedway.
Oh, like some Alex Jones, Park Sandy Hook hoax talk
I'm trying
type
to
stuff.
remember. I would like really have to watch that video to see what the lawsuit is about because I do know he got mad towards the end, but a lot of people got mad because a lot of people like
Oh,
literally, I think, the Gabby Petito case, really fired up the true crime community. And then the Kylie Rodney case, and pretty much
yeah,
like kind of like this is another big one, in the true crime community. And so, um, I remember he got like really fired up about this, and honestly, I'm like, what all didn't he say? Um,
really?
but oh, people had donated. So about the donations, because I saw that on the closed captions, people had donated a lot of money and everything, and I think that the money just went to the mother. I don't know what the situation was. The mother and the father weren't together or whatever, but and I think maybe she was remarried, and there was something about they had like an inn or a bed and breakfast or something, and then I think they sold it or whatever, or they were trying to sell it, and just the way that they, were behaving too was just kind of like, wait a minute, your child is missing, or they finally found her, and you don't seem to really be trying to like get to the bottom of what happened.
Huh?
Yeah, the mother was very interesting. Yeah, Kylie Rodney's parents.
Yeah, she seemed like she didn't want to help or have
She
help
didn't
or
seem, yeah, to want to help. Because at
and mad
first,
at people if they were gonna
hmm
talk.
Right. If you ask questions, she's like, getting mad or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably at the point that somebody had told her something about what happened. And then I think she probably went into like protective mode. Like, okay, I'm not going to, have them ruin somebody else's life or whatever. Um, Jules
Oh
apparently did a
shoot.
video about Ryan Upchurch. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just trying to find like an article or whatever about it. Hmm. Mm.
I mean, it must be pretty serious if they're suing him. Because I haven't. The only
Uh,
other social influencer I've heard of being sued was a lady that was accusing the professor or
oh, the
something
professor. Yeah.
for the Idaho crime. Yeah.
Oh, this is it? Uh, oh wow. Okay. Yeah, he went off the rails. So apparently, he had um directed his Creek squad um to search for her vehicle. He posted Google Earth images of Daniel Rodney's former home, falsely stating that he had found
Oh
Kylie's
whoa.
car there. So that was one thing. He was
Oh
promoting
wow.
his music and all that, in between videos of her case. He also made outlandish videos. Oh no, wait, his other people, yeah. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh, One of his followers speculated that the Rodney slash Robertson family were performing child sacrifices at the lodge as a part of a religious cult.
What?
Yeah, so there's like and
Whoa.
they flooded this Lost Trail Lodge with negative attention, like negative online reviews. Who is this person? Is that the granddad?
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's the
I can
granddad.
see
So
why.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
his lodge. Yeah, caused him to suffer
Wow.
financial losses. Hmm.
Like what? That's
And then
that's
basically they said
crazy.
he's kind of gone into hiding and spent a bunch of money on security, and all that. So yeah.
Wow. Wow. Like even if you like that is crazy. That's some crazy shit.
Hmm.
To like, cause you would have. I would have to have some crazy freaking evidence to like. I mean, you would have to think twice before you. This is the family. You know what I mean? It's not some Joe Schmo or whatever, whatever. This is like the family. Like, I'm surprised. Like, you would have to be confident as shit
Hmm.
with your evidence to come out and accuse some things of that. I'm surprised that he even took it that far.
Hmm. Um. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Talking about the lodge. I'm looking back at the
Wow.
comments that I missed while I was reading that. Uh huh. Uh huh. Yeah, and the FBI was involved in that investigation, and you didn't hear anything. Like, and the case is still open. So they have supposedly, gotten their whole story down and whatnot, but the case is still open. You know. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If you said that she drove herself
The
into it,
Rodney case is still open?
yes, it's still open.
Really?
Hmm.
I thought they determined that
I think
she
they
drove
probably
her.
are. Yeah, that's what they claim, but I think that they're leaving it open so that nobody can do any FOIA requests or
Oh,
anything,
yeah. Yeah, they
and
just have
whatnot.
somebody keep keep marking it open or something every so often just to keep it active but open
Hmm.
type thing. So why do you think that they would want to do that? What are they trying to
Because
prevent?
they're trying to prevent people from requesting records and looking into anything. I mean, you think
So
about
what
it.
kind?
If it were a closed case and you had somebody like a JLR showing up, like getting all kinds of documents and whatnot, like, it's like, okay, maybe then you would find out what happened to the girl. Yeah.
So what do you think they're trying to hide by not allowing? Because if they came to the conclusion that she drove
Oh, well, that she
herself in the.
didn't, or that she didn't drown, because that was one of the,
Oh, because they want to know if
things
water
is
was
that
in the lungs or not.
they said very little was in. And
Really?
actually,
Really?
yes, who's a person that you could ask about that? Draw. Your Doctora Latina,
Yeah.
because I heard her on Dago's panel the other day, and when I heard her voice and saw her, I was like, "Oh my God, I know her." I watched some of her videos a long time ago, and she had done a few videos about Kylie Rodney's quote unquote drowning. Okay, and I was like, "That's where I know her from." So yeah, she would be a good person to ask about it.
Huh.
But I
Yeah,
don't think
because
that there was enough water in her lungs that would be consistent with drowning. And it was, basically like from her, you know, sitting in the water for so long, dry drowning. Yeah, decent
dry
word. Thank
drowning.
you.
Huh.
And she wasn't drunk either. The level of alcohol in her system, wasn't like some crazy over the legal limit, whatever.
Wow.
She had a few other things, but yeah. And yeah,
Huh.
the
I didn't know it was
toxicology
still
and the
open.
autopsy was, very half-assed. So,
Huh. I did not realize it was still open.
hmm
Just the
5
norm,
to
huh?
whatever. Yeah. Um, what do you call it? Oh, sorry. They're talking about the Idaho case still. Trying to see what do you call it? What I missed.
Yeah, so I'll be live tonight. I'll try and put out a notification when I get to my destination. I'm not sure if I'm gonna. I'll probably be doing it on my laptop where I can share videos and stuff, and probably just be a open panel, open topic show or whatever. I don't really have anything planned. With the games, uh, I can do Deal or No Deal, and that might be it. Unless I can, it all depends. Because I'm not at my home, so I don't know how the normal setup would go with Twitch, where I use Twitch to do all that. So I'm not sure how that would go, but um, there's some games that we can
Stop.
play,
Get down.
but we can always hang out and talk. Since I didn't get to do a show yesterday, and we're just kind of chit chatting on this one, and I'll probably end this one here shortly and just kind of let everything charge up for a while and
Okay. I'll be
get
right
back
back.
on after a bit.
I gotta
Okay.
go do something really quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably shut this down here in a few, and then let all this stuff charge up for a couple hours, and then I'll probably hop back on and do some more, and then I'll have the StreamYard link pinned at the top on the next one as well. So if anybody wants to hop in, you're more than welcome. And it's probably about the perfect time to take a couple hour break too, honestly, because I think I'm getting right close to the mountain where it's going to start dropping like crazy. Because I noticed my GPS uh, is losing its location, spotty here and there as I'm getting closer and closer. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. Wow, it's been a hell. You guys made 4.5 hours go by in a snap of a finger. I appreciate that. Sorry I haven't been able to see all your comments. And I want to thank Dolphin for hanging out and helping with all that too. And if any of you would like to be able to, hop up and do the same, please do. If you see me, I'm not going to put out a notification. Just look for me in about 2 hours from when I end the show. And then in about 2 hours, you might see a notification, but you might not. But about 2 hours, I'll be back on. Let everything charge up again for the next go round of the show. Probably do another 4 hour show. Just come and hang out. Let me know if there's anything breaking. I can't share videos because I'm streaming it off of mobile, but we can have open panel. I just can't do any videos or anything like that. So, but we can definitely chit chat and talk and discuss whatever's coming out. Yep, I see it starting to bug out. I might have to. I'll wait for Dolphin to come back. I see it starting to cut out. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Like, this is you really have. You guys made almost 5 hours go by in a snap.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm probably gonna end it here in a second, Dolphin, because it
Okay.
keeps cutting out the stream and the GPS stuff. So I think I'm about into the mountains.
Oh,
So
okay. That's perfect timing because Pipsqueak keeps coming in. She's trying to get me to, go to bed.
you're a lifesaver. Like, I appreciate all the help for real this morning. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I actually do this with my friend Michelle all the time when she drives from Chicago to Omaha. We'll just,
Yeah.
get on the phone and gab away.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, on my way back, I got to figure out a way, and I'll figure out a way, but there's a way that I can allow somebody else to screen share with
Oh,
me
okay.
being on mobile. So
Yeah, if you
I'll
need
figure
to
that out
have
for the
somebody.
trip back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or if
Probably to get
anybody
it played
wants
videos or
to,
something.
yeah, look it up. Dolphin, if you have time, if you want to see if there's anything, and then send it to me on Discord, and then I can check it out
Okay.
when I get gas or something, and then maybe there is a way that I can do it, or anybody. More than welcome. But I'll definitely try and figure it out for the trip back because I'm going to do this on the trip back too.
Oh,
This is pretty
yeah,
neat.
yeah. Yeah, definitely could have probably found some interesting videos and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah, that'll be cool. So, all right, I'm gonna take a couple minute break or a couple hour. So, like I said, if you don't see a noti, just look for me in 2, and I should be on. I'm gonna be through the mountains by that time, and everything should be charged up fully for the next go round. So,
Yeah. Oh, well, thanks everybody in chat for staying
yeah.
up with me too, because I wasn't ready to go to sleep. So,
Aw, well, thank you so much. I appreciate your company, and thank you to everybody in chat for your company too. It was awesome. I'm definitely gonna
okay.
rewatch this when I get chilling. That'll
Okay.
be awesome.
Alrighty. Yep, no problem. I guess I will see you guys later. Yeah, keep yeah, driving safely there.
Oh, I will. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Alrighty then. Bye,
Later, later.
guys.
Thank you.
For
Bye.
the rest of you, if you need me or whatever, you can hit me up in Dago's Discord. Good morning.